Okie dokie. Hello. Let me see here. Okie dokie. Let me get set up. I really need an intro screen. Yes, I do. Yes, I really do. Okay, I think we're good over there. Okay, let's do stuff. Let's do stuff. All right, so yesterday we actually got a working rendition of combat going on a large scale. Tentatively, the performance looked quite good. It looked quite fucking good, actually. Especially considering that this is not the final state of the gas rewrite, the ECS gameplay ability system. There's a lot more that we can do. I know it. I know it. We didn't really have a whole lot of effects happening, which is a whole nother thing. Health regen, all that kind of stuff, you know. It was just like, it was just fireballs and auto swings, basically. Melee auto attacks. So, it's not the final, like, count. Not the final performance of it. Elliot, welcome. I was just saying that we got some tentatively good performance results at the end of the stream yesterday for the ECS combat. Finally got a larger scale rendition of it working. And yeah, tentatively looks quite good. Tentatively looks quite good. Yeah, not the final implementation. There's a lot of, there's probably a lot more performance I can get. For instance, I am recalculating every attribute every time, even when they don't necessarily need to be recalculated. That's a big one. Yes, hello everyone over on YouTube Shorts. Emilis said hi 3 times, so hi. Yes, hi. Thank you. So we can go ahead and let's go ahead and spawn 1,000. Forget if this is this with fireballs? This is with fireballs. Well, that's a great start, isn't it? That is a great start. Yeah, wonderful start there. Wonderful start. What are we doing here? The entity subsystem base is null. Why are you null? Cast ability, we have instigator tag data. Instigator tag data is null. What is this? What is this? Oh my god, what is this? My end ability. My end ability, which looks fine. So what on earth is happening here? Oh yeah, we can't, I can't do this. Yeah, this is bad. I figured this out yesterday. I can't hang on to these pointers because they're not stable. Yeah, we can't do that. These are not stable pointers because the archetypes change. Killing me. So delete that. Delete it. And I guess we just need to grab it each time we want to use it, which is kind of unfortunate. Unfortunate. Okay, let's rebuild that. So what do I want to work on today? I was just trying to think about this before the stream. I know the aggro radius processor is acting a little weird. They are not very deterministically aggroing to targets within their radius when they should be. So we need to dive into that. That's probably the biggest issue at the moment. But yeah, we need to change our projectiles into entities. That much I know. We may need to split the velocity processor out into something that I think I may want to do gravity and velocity separately, which may be a bit of a challenge. That may be kind of a down the road thing. Because yeah, the projectiles will not give a shit about gravity. But yeah, let's just try and get a little, a larger rendition of this going. I guess this is going to be really bad because of the fireballs. Yes, I know, I am aware that the array changes during for loop iteration. I am aware of that. Oh, really, Andy? Welcome. Are we go getting 10 to 15 FPS? Hell yeah. I mean, this is super laggy, actually. But it's the fireballs that are at fault here. And this is 1,000 entities. This is not being parallel processed either. It worked a lot better. Where is this coming from? What is this? Some garbage collection thingy? What is being garbage collected? Pray tell. A lot of shit. A lot of fireballs. A lot of fireballs in the garbage there. Yeah. Yeah, those fireballs also need like a lifetime. Holy moly, they combating. Indeed, they are combating. What was the fucking issue here? Invalid element index passed to tset removed by index. Only I had some better information as to what was happening here. Element index is 417. The maximum is 3,545. So that should be fine. I imagine that the tset just changed or something. I'm gonna blame that on the fireballs. I'm gonna blame that on the fireballs. And maybe we will run garbage collection every frame at some later point. Like I said, I need to change those to entities anyway, so I don't think I'm keen on touching that at the moment. It's a nice gloomy rainy day where I'm at, and I love that. I love me some nice cozy rainy days. It's getting a little chilly, finally. It's getting a little chilly outside. Love that as well. Let me change my archetypes. I can't open both of those, huh? Okay. Fine then, keep your secrets. Let's change this to, oh, okay, so, yeah. Let's not use any fireballs. So this works a lot better. This works a lot better. It's actually kind of faster than it was yesterday. About 15 FPS. Okay, so no, about the same. So the yellow guys, they're supposed to aggro anything in their radius, and they're not. So we need to fix that. But yeah, about 15 FPS for 1,000 entities in combat. Most of them in combat, I think. I don't know. It's hard to tell how many are in combat, because I need to get the aggro radius thing working. But I think it's safe to say that it's more than 200 of them. I hope. Otherwise, then my tentative performance is not as good as I thought it was. Yeah, there they go. That was the combat. And by comparison, where I was at before was about 200 entities in combat running at 20 FPS. So if I have 1,000, and I'm not even parallel processing this, so it's like miles better. Like once I parallel process this, oh boy, we are going to be off to the fucking races. Attribute processor 1.5 milliseconds. Large gaps here, which I don't like. We don't like that. We don't like that. The playback commands is taking a surprising amount of time as well. And so I changed from processing all of the commands at the end of the processor loop to in between each processor. And that allowed my ability system to be a bit more reactive. Now there are a few of them, a couple of them, these two, Invoker and Aggro Radius, that require spatial data. So we run those first because when we apply command buffer changes to the entity system, it would mean that the entities would change spatial grids as well, because the spatial grids store the archetypes. So there are a couple that we don't run them after for. So yeah, that's working nicely. It's taking longer than I thought it would. It is taking longer than I thought it would. That's got to be mostly... It's got to be mostly ads or something, right? Maybe I want to put a CPU, what is it? Stat CPU cycle something. What is the fucking thing? Trace CPU profiler event scope. There we go. Holy, is this Unity? What program is that? This is Unreal Engine. It's Unreal Engine. Let me see here. Remove component. Can I put that into a function? Let's put that into a function. View entity subsystem base. Remove entity data. And then I'm going to put that there. Yes. And then let's move this into a component. Oh, I already have a remove entity data, I think. Oh, did I mess that up? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Uh-oh. Why did I put that there? Why did I put that there? That doesn't go there. That doesn't go there. Hey. What do I need here? And what other remove thingies do I have? Command.entity, command.component data. Let's assume that it's the same. Component type. Okay, that is supposed to be used. Script struct. Should I just pass the command? Let's just pass the fucking command. Pass the command. F entity command. Beautiful. Okay, so we can create that. Yeah, that can just be thrown in there. Cool. And we'll add the command. Add component, remove component, destroy entity. Okay, that looks a little bit nicer. And we get a little bit more information about performance. Draconin, welcome. Gotta get coffee and get ready for stand-up. Ugh, the dreaded stand-up. The dreaded morning stand-up. Good luck in your stand-up. And good luck with your coffee. And Godspeed. My first job, we had stand-up at 9:15 in the morning. But that was like the latest I could show up for work. And that was so fucking annoying. Because you know what? Sometimes I don't want to fucking show up to work until noon, alright? Sue me. It's like I start work usually if I'm not streaming, I start pretty early now, even earlier than that. But it's just like the choice was being taken away from me. Being taken away. Can I wrap that? No. Wait, why can't I? Oh, we want a copy there. Okay, so that's gonna be fine. We'll get some more information about our playback commands. We'll see what's taking longer. What else is happening in playback commands? We have the rest of it. That has one. Destroy entity. You don't have one. Trace, CPU, profiler, event, scope, destroy entity. Entity, as I like to say sometimes. It's fun, and it's funny. Say it with me, entity. Okay, so we'll need to rebuild that, but I want to take a peek at the aggro radius processor as well. Let's go ahead and rebuild while we look at that, because that's gonna be a longer rebuild there. So I'll want to do this on a smaller scale so I can actually fucking tell what's going on. It's like sometimes they aggro, sometimes they don't. And I guess there's multiple problems that could be happening. Multiple points of failure here. One of them being they're just not getting they're not spatially iterating correctly, meaning that when I do a for each in radius, we're not actually getting all of the entities within the radius. Another one could be that we maybe are, but then adding the aggro, because we have the aggro radius processor, and then I think I just have what, the aggro processor? Yeah, the aggro processor, which is just like looking at the aggro table. So this could be not working properly. And I could just do, let's just do F dead entity tag here. And then can I do a U ability? No, we can just do this. This is fine. Target dead. So I think that's going to be a bit more efficient there. If target dead. Well, I guess I don't. Yeah, I guess I don't need that in a variable at all. Target is dead. How are we looking? Okay, we're getting close there. Aggro radius. Yeah, my suspicion is that the radius thing is not working, although I thought... So I know the invoker one is working properly. Well, I mean, I've changed things since then, so maybe I broke it. Maybe I broke it. And also targetable tag data. Yeah, we don't... This is Get over there. Targetable tag data. Oh, and do I need to go back in here? Okay, no, we want, I can just do with none, F dead tag. There we go. Beautiful. Then I don't need the applied tags anymore at all. Oh, that's beautiful. It's just baked right in. It's just baked right in. Okay, let's run live coding there. We can get rid of this guy. We can close the archetypes for now. I don't need that. Okay, live coding succeeded. Why did I say that so weird? Let's just run a full scale one real quick. Just kind of like take a peek at what's... Oh my god, their velocity is going crazy. I want to see the playback command real quick. Okay, just pause that for a hot second. Take a peek, see here. Show me your command buffer. It is mostly remove. It is mostly remove. Actually. Well, this one's mostly add. I guess it depends. Add entity 8.5 microseconds. Remove entity is a little bit more variable. Remove entity. Yeah, quite a bit more variable there. Do I clear it? Hang on, do I clear it? I do, okay, thank God. Whew. Now I empty. I should reset, right? I should reset there. To keep the command buffer space. A slight optimization there. Very small. But anyways, let's change this to a smaller scale test so I can breakpoint debug a little bit better. Let's go to the entity spawner. We're gonna try and get a 2. We're gonna try and get 2 entities of different colors. Those are the same color. Those are the same. Wait, are they? Do I have a spawn weight on these? No, they're just like, it's just really wanting to pick yellow guys here. Okay, these are 2 of the same color. Beautiful. Now, let me get a, there we go. I just wanted a little bit here. I have entity 18, entity 17. Okay, 17 is my enemy colonist, which is yellow. Colonist is green. The colonist is made of colonist, yes, of course. Okay, so they should be aggroing. Now let me check the archetypes here. You are set to initiate attack on the friendly NPC faction, and you are set to initiate attack on the enemy NPC faction. Okay. Okay, so let's get a breakpoint going. Where do I want that at? Yeah, if they have a target, skip. If they're not set to initiate it, we should always get past that right now. Aggro radius squared. And all welcome in. Yeah, so I think we're gonna need to get in here. We're gonna need to get in here. Okay, so I said 18 was... 18 is the colonist. Okay, so let's play. We are iterating over the enemy. Show me the archetypes here. We have 3 different archetypes. Probably one for the player, one for himself. And these are like impossible to read. These are just indices, right? These are just indices. Archetype and indices. Okay, so show me the archetype then. Yeah, this debug information is like impossible to see. This is all entity 18. Entity 0 is the player for sure. That was entity to index map. Okay, so he is going to iterate over entity 18. Okay, so let's just run through it, I guess. So the indices are always going to be 1. This is... Which archetype was this? Entity. So this is me. This is the player character, which I don't remember, I don't remember what their aggro is towards me. When games have the same looks as other games, for example, Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, do they copy each other's coding? Oh boy. First of all, no. The look of a game has nothing to do with the code of a game. Those are separate kind of ecosystems. Second of all, Marvel Rivals and Overwatch do not look the same, from what I remember. Overwatch is kind of like default stylized. And then Marvel Rivals actually has some... Is that in-game? Never actually played it. Is that actually... That looks drawn. I see some actual in-game... It's all concept art. Yeah, no, these are different styles, my dude. These are actually different styles. Like, this is like the default stylized look. And then this actually has like some... This is actually a unique style. Like, this is actually kind of comic booky in a way. Like, this is actually a unique style. Like, this is kind of like painted. Like, you can actually see like outlines and stuff. So, no and no to both points you made. Marvel excels in amazing use of shaders and effects, but the map layout and world do feel similar. Yeah, I mean, they're very similar games, right? I haven't played Marvel Rivals, but like they're the 5v5 hero shooter that is ever so popular now. So, I can imagine the games feel the same. But yeah, I think Marvel Rivals is a bit more unique in its look than Overwatch. Ooh, look at the egg house. I want to go to an egg house. Anyways, back to debugging. Back to being a debuggy boy. Okay, so he's iterating over me. So this is going to be... Yes, default player. Aggro type towards, attack back only. Is that what he is set to? His faction data is attack back only. Okay, so we can skip. We will skip that. We get to the end. I'm so confused. Why did we not go back in here? Okay, I want to put a breakpoint there, actually. Okay, who are we iterating on? 17, which is enemy. And then we should be iterating over default player again. He's only getting the default player. Wait, what? There are multiple archetypes. Oh, I'm doing return here. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Oh no. Oh no, that means the performance of this was drastically overstated. Oh no. I've made that mistake before. Uh-oh. Any plugins you would suggest learning in Unreal? I'm a junior and I shipped my first project onto Steam. You're farther than I am. Yeah, okay, so now they're fighting. Now they fighting. I want to learn to grow as a programmer. Any good plugins for Writer Unreal to use? Yeah, nothing specific, I don't think. Wow. Can I heal him? No. Okay, so I need to fix experience as well. I was expecting to get some experience there. Okay, so I think we fixed the aggro processor. We'll test it here. Okay, let's run the full scale test. Or larger scale. So this is going to be less performant. Because now everything is going to be in combat. Everything is going to be in combat. Let's do 200 for a direct comparison. I still have a guy not doing anything right there. Oh, am I running the vlogger? Yeah, that's gonna tank performance. Stop that. Oh, beautiful. Okay, hang on. Let's restart that. Ignore that one. We'll start it again there. Oh my god, it's running so much fucking better. Holy shit, that's running so much better. For reference, this used to be 20 FPS. Now it is 50. And I'm not even doing any parallel processing. Bye-bye, gas. Friendship ended with gas. Now my own shit is my friend. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is so much more performant. It's almost too good to be true territory. So we gotta make sure everything's actually doing stuff. Where are these little spiky boys coming from? Perform reachability analysis on objects internal. A little bit of garbage collection shenanigans happening there. Some more garbage collection shenanigans. Yeah, let's just start taking a peek here. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of damage happening per frame. There was like 6 damage events there. And this isn't even my full power. I can do better. Like once I parallel process it, so let me put it in perspective here. Our processor loop here is taking 11.6 milliseconds. That's this block right here. 11.6 milliseconds. And look at all these threads that are doing nothing. Look at all this empty space here that I could be saturating. Right, so imagine I'm going to take about 12, and this is just rough, you know, napkin math here. So background worker 0, 1, 2, 3. We'll say most CPUs have 8 cores, right? We'll say 8 cores. Or 8 threads. You have game thread, 7 cores. So we can do little back of the napkin math here for, we'll say 12 milliseconds divided by 8. 1.5 milliseconds per thread. There's a little bit of overhead too with dispatching the threads and stuff and syncing back up afterwards, but yeah, for 200 entities in combat, right? So that's going to be Phenomenal. That's going to be phenomenal. And that's 200 entities. Let's go 1,000. So yeah, rocking about 15 FPS. So this performance actually didn't get that much worse when I didn't skip. Wait, they're not all aggroing still. They're not all aggroing still. What are you fuckers doing standing around? Get to work. Okay, it's still not working then. Ba 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 ba. Ba da 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 do. Boo doo. Yeah, what else would be happening here? Why is that getting skipped? This one should return. Brims, thank you for the sub. Welcome. Seemed like a third wasn't doing anything. Yeah, I would have to agree. I need to figure that out. Which poses a good question, actually. Were they not doing anything, or were they just not attacking? They're not doing anything. Oh no, is my performance about to get a lot worse when I actually turn these guys all on? They're facing a direction, though. Do more come online as more die? If they were all facing the same way, I would say they just never got turned on. The greens are absolutely genociding the yellows here. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at him go. Jesus Christ. I love how they all like spread out in like some even kind of distribution, you know? Can you see the behavior with the behavior debug tool? The behavior debug tool. Yeah, I'm not familiar with such a tool. The way I debug it is with the visual logger, but there's too many to like... There's like way too many to like nail down. So I have to do it on a smaller scale to really get into it. It would be nice if I could click on one of these and get the instance. That would help. Because yeah, some of them just aren't doing anything. You know what? Let me do this. Let's do just one X. Let's just do one type. To debug it, I don't use behavior trees, so that wouldn't tell me. You would know where you wouldn't even be able to get close to this amount of performance with behavior trees. I think there was just more green guys. I think the numbers actually. I think their state trees might have broke or something. Because these guys are, I'm not seeing any of them that are stuck now. I think maybe they weren't calculating. And these are not actors either. These are all instant static meshes. So I can't even click on them. Those are actors right there. These guys are actors. If they have shadows, they're actors. If they don't have shadows, they're instant static meshes. Instant static mesh components. So those are all one, that's all one component. And that are vertex animated. So it's a little bit more complicated to debug this kind of stuff. A little bit. But yeah, let's do this. I will run the vlogger though. Let's do that. Let's run the vlogger for enemy warrior archetype. Yeah, I think their combat tree was just broken. And let's go down to like fucking go back down to like 200 so my computer doesn't just like fucking shit itself. So hang on. Are any of them not doing anything? Or there's like maybe a few. This guy is just getting... You can make a component visualizer for it to make them clickable. What is this component visualizer you speak of? To make each instance clickable? Because that would be nice. Because all I would need to know is I want to be able to click on one and be like, hey, which entity is this? And then I can look it up in the vlogger, you know? F component visualizer? Hell yeah, dude. God, Elliot, I need you. I just need you in my pocket.
John C. Why are you running? Why are you running?
Welcome in. Tap steady. I'm unfamiliar. I am unfamiliar with your work. Please tell us. After the chaos finishes.
We got him.
What the dog doing?
Thank you for this. Thank you for the raid, and welcome into the stream, everyone. Tell me about what you do. What kind of are you doing game development as well? What kind of development do you do? I myself have been working on. I have built my own ECS, which is, you know, like just a data-driven kind of architecture to very efficiently run thousands and thousands of entities. And I was using GAS, Game Playability System, which is like a built-in Unreal Engine framework, which is very nice for most games, but it was not performant enough for me. I was getting about 200 entities in combat at about 20 FPS, so I have rewritten GAS. I've been rewriting GAS over the past like 2 or 3 weeks, 3 plus weeks now. And we're finally getting into some performance testing for it now. And we're just trying to iron out some kinks with the combat. I too have Lego Baradur behind my desk. Okay, the follow is incoming. Yeah, that's my favorite Lego. My favorite Lego. Yeah, so welcome in everyone. I'm working on it's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. And you know what? Let's go ahead and show that. That's the fun stuff. That's what the people want to see. So here's my procedural terrain. Clear that. Stop it. We'll take a peek at you later. So here's my procedural terrain. This is just one small section of the world. One small section of the world. Every world will be different. You know, it's like a seeded RNG, you know, seeded number system. And we've got underground caves and stuff like that. Here's my guy. Here are, yeah, here's a little bit of the world. So some of the terrain chunks aren't spawned yet. This is just like a really good seed. This is like a really fucking cool seed, actually. Yeah, go away, please. No, thank you. No, thank you. So eventually we'll get some ore spawned down in the caves and stuff. We've got some noodle caves that do a very nice job of just kind of poking out and giving you an entrance, sometimes into some cheese caves, which is what I'm going for. I need the noodles to go into the cheeses, and then that's when we get a nice, you know, nice kind of pasta. So yeah, let's go down there. Go down and run around. Just gonna slide my ass down there. Making me weirdly hungry, yes. Only the finest pasta here. It is destructible terrain, although everything's kind of broken right now because of the refactors I've been doing to the EC, or to the game playability system, so. Usually I would have dynamic tree chopping, but right now my axe just goes like right through it. Because I turn them into dynamic meshes, and then I edit the mesh at runtime. Same thing I do with the terrain when I dig it, but also not working. Also not working right now. But we have a bit of a building system, which is, wait for it, also not working. Also not working. So everything is like slightly broken. Yeah, there's a building system. Normally I would spawn some colonists in the world to like interact with and stuff. I have a few different colonist tasks already. I've got some, you know, you can send them to go forage for stuff. You could send them to go build, construct things for you, because you have to place it down as like a blueprint first. And you have to spend time like building it. Time would be based on like your construction skill or like the colonist's construction skill who is doing it. So there's like progression on all those skill levels. Like, you know, logging will have a skill level as well. Foraging will, you know, gathering, all that stuff. I see those World of Warcraft spell ability icons. I'm borrowing them. I am borrowing them. I will give them back. I promise. Everything is slightly broken title of my memoirs. Hey, you and me both. Yeah, actually, this big fissure is actually kind of preventing me from... So normally I would just build like a little bridge over there. Normally I would just build a little bridge over there. But building is broken at the moment, so... Let me look at the... I'll show the world map now. Here's the world map. This is like the procedural... Yes, workers. The workers yearn for the mines. They do. Especially the children. Those children, they love the mines. We will have children and we will have mines. So it's up to you. As it's only you can send the children to the mines. That's gotta be like a loading screen image, right? It's like a Smokey the Bear, but it's like, I don't know, some supervisor or overlord. He's like, only you can send the children to the mines. That would be funny. Yeah, here's the world map. So this is procedurally generated as well. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so that's where the terrain chunks kind of get their information as to how they should render, how should they shape, what different data they have. If you look up here, you can see some of the different data as I hover over each one. And especially the name of the zone. So that we are in Shadowfell Crossing right now, which this doesn't look very much like a Shadowfell Crossing, but it will. Arcane Academy, the Catacombs of Secrets, Iron Spire Heights, Blightveil Abyss, Serpent's Coil, Maelstrom Coast, Mornwood Vale, Whitefire Valley. And so what I'm doing with these zones is I have an LLM just like generate a random name. Right now I'm just picking random ones from a database. It doesn't look very deserty either. No, it doesn't. The different colors were supposed to be, like yellow is desert, red is mountain, cyan is meadow, blue is swamp, green is forest. And I was going to have just like one PCG biome graph for each type. And so I think it'll eventually be a little bit more dynamic, so I don't think I'm going to have those colors relate to that. The colors will just kind of connect the Voronoi cells into interesting shapes. But the LLM doesn't like take into account any information as to the zone. Eventually I will, you know, tag everything that's spawned into the zone, like what resources are in there, what mobs are in there, you know, what kind of biome is it, what is the terrain shape, what's the altitude, you know, what are the surrounding zones, you know, what points of interest are in there, that kind of stuff. And then eventually the LLM will come up with a flavorful name. But like some of those names sound awesome, right? Like Shadowfell Crossing. Like imagine if that was like a swampy, dark kind of zone, you know? Spooky zone. Solo developing this? Yes. Yeah, just me. I've been working on it for about 3 years. Map is, by my estimations, 15 kilometers large. So like I said, each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So we're only generating about this much right now. And so I can zoom out and like, you can't even see me anymore. Like I am an ant down there. So this is, there's one terrain chunk. 2, 3, 4. So we're generating at about a 4 terrain chunk radius. So yeah, we're doing about this right here. I feel like I have 3 working brain cells seeing everything you've made. I'm happy to go into more detail about any of the systems that I've done. I promise you it makes sense. I always wanted to get into procedural generation, but I never did because I couldn't wrap my head around noise maps and the process of actually randomizing it. What was your experience when learning? So when I first started learning procedural generation, it was at the same time as learning Unreal Engine and learning game dev and learning C++. So I was trying to learn all that at the same time, and it was an absolute fucking slog. I think it took me about 6 months to do anything productive, and I didn't do it the right way at all. I was following Sebastian Legge on YouTube. He's got like a procedural generation tutorial. It's for Unity, but at the time there was like, this was like 4 years ago or three. No, this was like 3. Yeah, this was like 3 years ago. So I couldn't find any like tutorials that were very good for Unreal Engine procedural generation. So I just followed that one and then just tried to like correlate it to Unreal Engine. I eventually had to diverge from it because it just became too different. But yeah, it was a slog. It was an absolute slog. But you can get like a height map version of procedural generation up and going pretty easily. I'll say easily. It's a lot easier than doing the 3D, like, my terrain generation now is done in 3 separate compute shaders that run on the GPU, right? Like, I do a height map generation, I do a 3D noise generation, and then I built a custom marching cubes algorithm to kind of stitch them together. And that's how it punches through, right? Like, I want the 3D noise to punch through the height map. That's how you get like this section right here, right? So it's gotten a lot more complicated, and the 3D noise part of it was an absolute fucking pain to get working. I will say that. But yeah, I think it's coming together fucking nicely. Gotta run and get ready for work, but it's been awesome finding your stream and game, dude. Hope to catch you soon. Yeah, I'll have to check you out afterwards. I appreciate the raid. Yeah, good. Have a good day at work. Have a good day at work, my friend. You excited for any of the 5.7 PCG updates? What updates are coming to PCG? I don't know that I saw any that were... I am excited about nanite foliage. That's gonna be pretty sweet. Gonna be pretty sweet. I need to get some actual nanite assets though, instead of these fucking pieces of shit here. These fucking, what do they call them? Like the poster card or whatever. The translucent, dirty translucency. Do you do this on the side along with main job? Yes. Yes, I do. I am a software engineer. Same, I'll stick to web development. Hey, I do web development for my job. Pays the bills. Pays the bills. Look at this noodle. Look at this nice little noodle here. Come with me. Take my hand. And you'll see a world of Noodle Nation. I think it's just performance updates to PCG stuff, but I'm too unfamiliar, I see. Yeah, I saw that they were adding some nodes, although none of them looked like they would be super useful to me. Oh, and look at, dude, that is fucking sick right there. Look at that. So this, I generate 2 different forms of 3D noise. One of them are the noodles and one of them is the cheese. This is the cheese. You can tell by the cheesiness. And this is the noodle. You can tell because of the noodliness. Now this noodle, I was just saying this looked like a cool noodle. So this noodle here just happened to like barely graze by the cheese noise, and it created this like fucking almost prison cell eek. Dude, that is fucking sick that happened. Because, like, what if you just, like, took a peek through here, and then it's just, like, there's a giant goblin city right here, you know? That would be fucking sick. Or, like, a big Balrog. For now, until I quit. Is that on the docket? Are we quitting soon? I feel you. I do feel you. Sovereign, welcome. I hate Python, but I'm actually excited for 5.7 PCG Python node. As in, like, in the same way that there's an HLSL node. You can just write Python, like arbitrary Python. Oh no, not Python. Yeah, so we've got Python, we've got C++, we've got HLSL, and then we also have Verse now. Or we're going to get Verse. You get all technical with terms like noodliness. that is industry standard, I believe. I got that from it was a talk by the guy who rebuilt the Minecraft cave generation. I think he called them spaghetti caves, actually. And then I called them noodle caves. Versus in UE6, right? Yeah, yeah. I just don't know that we need more things to learn. You can write it on the node. I won't need to make a new BP for a node, everything I want to do something custom. I mean, yeah, I could see some uses for that. I could see that being nice. Can I just do that with C++ though, so I don't have to like fucking guess at like variable names and stuff, you know? Or like what the types should be. I don't want to have to go correlate those back to like, okay, there's a blueprint version of this thing, there's a C++ version of this thing, and now there's also a Python version of some function, right? I wish those were more samular, yeah. That's the right way to say that. How long would it take the average person to learn how to do this without any knowledge? Buddy, no one has the answer to that question. There is no answer to that question. One, because everyone's different. Two, I am not, I didn't come into this with zero knowledge. Like I was a software engineer, so like I can't answer questions like that. I suppose you're asking because you're interested in learning it, and I would encourage you to go try to learn it, and it will quickly become evident to you how long it will take you to do so. But you cannot compare yourself to the end result. Take baby steps. Take baby steps. I wish it could be C++, yeah. But a couple of interviews. Oh, nice. One of them lands. I'm out for good. We have a flow/node system for automating BMS. What is that, like bodily movement systems? Is that like a form of irritable bowel syndrome? However, it's so poorly developed, slow, and I feel like prioritization is the wrong majority of the time, so I'm spending 8 hours figuring out logic that I could do in 5 minutes of code. Legacy code. Ah, yes. Building management systems. Ah, okay, so nothing to do with IBS. Gotcha. Look at this. This is such a quaint little... I want to build a little colony here. I would like to do that. Anyways, yeah, that's my game. That's my game. What does the code look like that gets you the shadows? That's all done by the engine, so you'd have to dig into the engine source code for that. That would be all like HLSL code. But yeah, that's all like provided for you. Back to work myself. I hope to catch you again soon. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day, and thank you for stopping by. Let's get back to work and not look at the horrible stretched textures here. What's the plan for this in terms of player elements? I suppose you're asking about like player progression and stuff. Like, I said it was going to be like RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. So I'm thinking something like Vanilla WoW in terms of like class design, lots of abilities to choose from, talent trees. And Colony Sim in terms of something like RimWorld is one of my inspirations. And then Roguelite, something like Hades, which is my favorite roguelite, of course. So I'm picturing something like, you'll pick a class when you create your character. That'll be your class for the rest of the game. And it'll create a world for you. As you go around the world and level up, you can recruit colonists and you can start building a colony, or you can just run around and explore and interact with any of the NPC ran colonies that I don't have yet, but there will be some points of interest in NPC ran colonies all throughout the world. AI generated quests as well, so you can start completing quests as you level up. Maybe, I don't know, every 2-3 levels, you'll get a choice between 3 random abilities to pick from to start building out your character. But when you die, you'll go back to level 1, and it'll all reset. And so hopefully, that means hopefully I have enough abilities to make each run different for your class, you know. So picture like a mage in WoW. You can have arcane spells, fire spells, and frost spells, right? There are 3 different talent trees for each of those things. So you'll want to pick talents that are complementary to the abilities that you've rolled. And you'll want to pick abilities that kind of like go together. And most roguelites are like kind of short runs, like 30 minutes to an hour, I would say. I'm going to experiment with like a longer form roguelite, one that you spend, you know, dozens of hours getting to max level, right? And this is an idea I had while playing hardcore vanilla WoW. So I realized, it made me realize that like hardcore game modes are really just long form roguelikes with no meta progression. And I am planning on having some meta progression as well. Anything about dots in Unity if you've heard of or experienced with it. Haven't used it, so don't really have any opinions on it. What systems have you built out so far? I kind of have a base form of everything. I want to run another thing is like I want to run the whole world. But like you can build colonies all over the world. I want them to be running at all times, right? So I want to like, if you have a colony built here and you send some guys out to the forest to chop trees, that they actually have to run over there and chop the trees, whether you're there or not. Like they won't be rendered when you're not there. But I will still be moving data around in memory to get them over to the trees, chop the tree down, bring the wood back to the colony, process that. So I want the real thing to be running at all times. And that means like if there's a bandit or a wolf in the forest when they're chopping trees, I want them to get attacked by that bandit or wolf. I want that to hopefully help make the world feel alive. And there will be NPC ran colonies in the world as well. And so I'm thinking that like each colony is going to kind of have like an overarching goal or kind of initiative or agenda or something. You know, maybe they just want to farm. Maybe they're a farming town. Maybe they're a warmongering town. Maybe they're traders, you know, and then they'll start to interact with other NPC ran colonies that way. And so I'm thinking that there is going to be some politics involved there with the different factions and stuff like that. But I want to run the whole world to make your colonies feel alive, to make it feel like your choices matter in the colony sim, like how you set up your town. You know, how nearby is every, you know, is the fucking blacksmith next to his house and also next to the, you know, where he sleeps and where he works are next to each other, and also the storage for all the blacksmith stuff, so he doesn't, you know, he can be very efficient that way. I want things like that to matter. I want things like how you set up your buildings, where you put them, all that stuff to matter. So that's why I wrote the ECS. So I have an ECS system that I wrote, my own. I'm working on getting combat to put into the ECS. So I have some rudimentary combat working. You know, I've got some spells, some heals, some dots, blizzard, frost, nova. I got I got like a fucking flame buff. Oh god. There's my little flame buff that I can't show. I got a cleave. I got a bow and arrow, dual wielding. Stabby. 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 Oof. Stab. What else do I have? I have a building system that doesn't work at the moment because I accidentally broke it. So I can build things. I have dynamic tree chopping working. So I say working. I had it working before I changed things. So normally, wherever the axe connects with the tree, it would deform it. So if I did one of these and then I would jump, it would also chop it up there as well. And so you would actually get wood in your inventory. You'd actually get wood in your inventory, and you can use that to build buildings and stuff. So a little bit of a flow there. I have a few colonist tasks working, so you can recruit. The green guys are colonists, so you can recruit them. And you can tell them, a few different ones I have so far, you can tell them to like haul, you can tell them to construct buildings for you, or you can tell them to forage. Those are the ones that I have working at the moment. What's a tech in your world, like medieval weapons, early firearms, siege cannons? Yeah, I don't want to go too far into gunpowder. To me, that always breaks kind of the fantasy for me. So I think I want to stick to, it's going to be high fantasy, so anything that has the effect of a siege weapon with gunpowder, I think I will do in the form of magic. So, you know, no dynamite. I think it would just be like magic charges or something, you know? But, you know, there could be things like catapults and ballista and scorpions. Trebuchets, of course, the superior siege weapon. Gotta have those. Are you using animation packs or attempting to make more of those later down the line? Well, I suck at animation. This is my animation that I made. It is awful. That's mine. Yeah, that's awful. So right now I'm just using free things. I've retargeted a lot of the WoW, the vanilla WoW animations to the Unreal Engine skeleton. So I use some of those for placeholders, as I do with the textures as well. But I'll eventually be, yeah, I'll have to pick those up from somewhere. Either pay someone to do it or find some asset packs and stuff. Would you be able to show the code you used to build the world map? I mean, that there's a lot of code for that. That is not just code that is in one spot. I can show something more specific if you want. You'll have to be more specific about what you want. Roguelite been nice. Looking for someone to scratch that spot. Yeah, roguelites are so fun, man. They're so fun. It's like one of the things I want to focus on is like replayability. That's a big thing for me. You know, RimWorld, one of my all-time favorite games. Boolean, welcome. Welcome in. RimWorld, one of my all-time favorite games, and replayability. Like, I don't even fucking play RimWorld to beat it anymore. I don't want to win in that game. I just want the journey, right? And that's kind of that's the kind of vibe that I want for this game, right? Of course, there will be, you know, some goal, some boss or something, you know, to anchor yourself towards. But mostly, I just want it to be in the stories that are told by the interactions between you and your colonists and other colonists, and all the crazy things that can ensue. How about the noise map code? So I can show which noise map do you want? Do you want the 3D noise map? Do you want the compute shader? Or the marching cubes shader, or do you want the, I'll just go height map generator first. This is the first one that runs. So this is it's a compute shader, so it's all in HLSL, and I do a lot of different things where I like blend. I have to do a weighted average distance based blend per vertex between all the current terrain chunk that I'm generating, and then I pass in all of the noise parameters of the surrounding neighboring terrain chunks. And that's how I get these different noises that are drastic. Like, this is a different zone down here. You see this noise is different than this noise up here. This noise is more, it's a larger scaled up noise, so it's more flowing, has higher peaks, lower valleys. It also has an altitude modifier, which I apply with a pre-sampled curve, which is, altitude curve value. So I grab 200 points off of a curve, pass them into the compute shader, and apply those on a per vertex basis. But then blending, like this chunk, I have to take every vertex in the chunk, and here are all the vertices in the chunk, right? That's kind of the resolution of the terrain chunk here. So for each dot here, I have to grab I have to act like it is being generated with the noise parameters from the neighboring terrain chunks, from each of the 8 neighboring terrain chunks. And then I have to do a weighted average blend between that based on its distance to where it would be in the neighboring chunk. So that's what all that code is. And I have to do it this way because passing structs into compute shaders is a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. But I just use, as for the actual noise calculation, I use noise func, which I grabbed these. These are internal to the engine functions here. This is what actually runs inside. Like, if you've ever played with the material graph in Unreal Engine, there's a noise node. These are what run underneath the noise node. So you can do gradient noise, value noise, Voronoi noise. There's a couple other ones that are texture based, and those don't work for compute shaders, so I had to cut those out, which is why I had to copy this function like that. But yeah, that's a very small part of the height map generation. So all of these parameters go into making the height map. correction, all of these parameters go into making a height map. Do you by any chance know the game called Ravenbound? It was a roguelite open world RPG game. I was really interested in it, but they never improved their combat and movements, which ruined it for new players, but the concept was, an idea was great. I don't think I've heard of it. Ravenbound. Yeah, it does not look familiar. What about the combat and movement was so bad? Looks like it could be halfway decent, you know? Yeah. Maybe a video would suffice here. Is it worth playing?
So
let's not do audio. I don't want to get like fucking claimed. Just severely clunky. I see. Is there gameplay? Yeah, here's a little bit of... Of course, his face was like taking up the entire thing. Oh, it looks like fucking Enshrouded. Oh god, it is clunky. Jesus. Yeah, the grappling hook, the Enshrouded grappling hook that is literally just pressing a button. Okay, oh, Jesus Christ, what happened there? What the fuck? Is that how it always was, or is that like, or are those outlier scenarios? Show me some more combat. Bird mode. Boss fight. Okay, let's see a boss fight here. Bird mode. Alright, can I load the video, please? That would be nice. I can't tell if he's just cutting or if the game is super... Okay, he's cutting. He's cutting that. Okay, can I just get some, like... Okay, I want a new video. Ravenbound gameplay. 16-minute gameplay reveal. In front of a Capital One ad. Pretty much always. Oh boy. Yeah, that's bad. How are mirrors coded in video games? Always seem like magic to me. You'd have to talk to someone who knows about rendering and shaders. I mean, it's really just it's like a lot of ray tracing. You're just doing you're doing line traces, like from an angle, out of an angle. Mirrors are definitely very hard, or very difficult things. Usually not worth it. Usually not worth it to code. To like run at a high level, right? Like there are ways you can do it very realistically, but it's for the performance that it takes to do so. Okay, some combat here. God, the dodge is so drastic. Like, good God, like that needs magic on it to make it look real. You know what I mean?
This will soak up damage while held, but if you stay defensive for too long, it will drain completely, which leaves you vulnerable.
I mean, this is like the good. This is like their reveal trailer. So this is like the good. This is it looking good. Yeah, it's like Souls-based combat, right? Which is not what I want to go for. Show me combat, please. The world and everything look nice. He's just like whiffing every attack there. The game looks like it needs more time in the oven. I mean, everything kind of looks like it could be nice, so yeah. God, that looks like Hearthstone. Good God, that looks way too close to Hearthstone. I'm kind of tired of cards in video games, I'll be honest. Like, oh, it's a card. You get abilities from cards. Which I was gonna do a kind of a card, not like, it's not gonna like be a card, but kind of like a card shape for choosing my abilities. And you know what? Now maybe I won't. This combat doesn't look too bad. I'm not a fan of Souls like based combat where it's all like collision based and, you know, spam left click, dodge, spam left click, you know. This looked like it had a bit more abilities in it, so maybe I would like it a little bit more, but yeah. What is this? Oh yeah, Black Desert. I used to play this game a lot. Black Desert did a lot of things super well. Yeah, the grapples, like PvP was all about grapples. Unfortunately, the things that they did wrong in this game ruined the entire game. Like the upgrade system, the monetization. And actually, like, the combat is very flashy, but it is so tiring because of like how much cognitive overhead the combat has. Like you are spamming combos and stuff in that game. It is fun though. It is fun combat. I just can't do it for very long without getting fucking tired. What about ladders? Bethesda Nightmare, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I don't have ladders in my game, although I would like some. World was amazing, honestly, can't complain about it. Massive craters, the goblin fights, and more. The Raven flight really sold me the first time. Yeah, I don't like flight in games. I don't like flight in games. I'll say it twice. I don't like flying mounts. I don't like it. I think it ruins the world. I think it trivializes the world and disrespects the world. I had 6.5k hours in BDO. My dude, are you okay? I don't know that I have 6.5k hours in anything. I have like 2k in RimWorld, and I thought that was crazy. My boomer eyes and hands can't keep up with it. Yeah, I'm surprised I'm surprised you still have use of those. Both of those things. That's wild, dude. How much money did you sink into it? How much money did you don't have to answer that. Yeah. Like, they did a lot of things. The world was really cool. Combat was really cool. I really loved the passive economy system in BDO as well, like the nodes and stuff that you could unlock. I like how questing meant that you got like more, you know, like I forget what it was called, but like the node points, like you could get more economy nodes. And there are a lot of different ways you could do economy, like processing and stuff like that. You could kind of like pick your fucking hustle. Like you could pick, I was making weapon stones, weapon and armor stones, upgrade stones. That was my hustle. And I would have to go to and there was always like one part of whatever pipeline you set up that you would have to go do manually. And a lot of times it would be like lower level things that you can't automatically get from the nodes. And it'd be something like, for alchemy, it was like weeds. You just needed weeds. And it was really nice because like weeds always sold on the auction house. So lower level players could sell weeds. But the auction house was also controlled by the game. Like there was a min and max value that you could sell things for, which I thought was kind of lame. And I kind of get why they would do that, but I would like to see what the auction house would look like without that. But what that means is though, you have to go out and manually do things in the world as a part of your pipeline. And so like when you go out and grind, you have to make a decision between grinding for just raw gold. Like there were the Sausins were always really good for like gold. You go to that camp to grind there, or you could grind for XP. There was other camps that were like good or bad for XP, or you could grind for drops. Like maybe there's a piece of gear that you need, so you could go grind at one of those places that drops that. Or I always just like to go grind at I wouldn't grind it at the quarry because that dropped the gems that you would need to make the weapon stones. So I would just go there and grind, and then that way I get some XP. It's not obviously not the best XP, but I would also get those drops for my passive side hustle. Never played BDO, but I wonder if the auction limits were to try to prevent RMT. Yeah, that's one reason, I think. I think it's also for their own monetization purposes, which I think is the bigger reason. Like, the game is so nefarious in terms of its monetization. Like, the whole upgrade, like, you literally have to destroy pieces of gear to upgrade your own piece of gear. And like there's a chance to destroy your gear, the gear that you have upgraded. You can just entirely lose it. And there's not that much gear And like, there's like maybe 2 different kinds at max level for each slot that you can use. There was like the Zarka or the Dandies or whatever. And so there just wasn't, and they did that so that you bought the cosmetics to make your character look different, right? And then the upgrade system was entirely based on RNG, and you would have to fail stack. Like each time you failed to upgrade something, it would lower the durability of it. And then you'd have to get another item of the same type, which was most of the time a boss drop. And you'd have to combine that to increase the durability back up, otherwise you would lose it. So you literally have to destroy pieces of gear into your upgraded piece of gear in order to keep upgrading it. And the chance to upgrade is like really fucking low. It's not like a 90% chance. Oh no, it's like a fucking 5% chance. And then the more you fail, you get fail stacks that increase that chance. So what you would have to do is this really lame pattern of you get like a shitty piece of gear that you don't care about that's like super cheap so that you can buy other pieces of it to increase the durability, and you would fail stack on that. And you want to fail. It's to build up that percentage, that bonus that you get. And then once you have enough of that percentage bonus built up, then you apply that to your good piece of gear. But it's like sometimes you could fail at either part of that process. You can fail in terms of like you actually succeed in upgrading the shitty piece of gear, which you don't actually want to upgrade. It was a really, really frustrating, shitty system, and it was so bad. It was so bad. Bought a game for $8. Bought a tent, 25 to 30, and nothing else. Okay. That's probably better than me then. I bought a few pets because the pets, like, when you're grinding, you're killing like thousands of fucking mobs, and you have to individually loot each one. And pets automatically loot for you. But it's like they can only loot, they have like a loot rate. And so you'd have to buy more. You'd have to upgrade them more to get them to loot faster. So predatory, man. So predatory. For Honor has cool combat. Exactly. Enhancing stuff is the worst I've seen. Yeah, it was really bad. I just wish if they took that out and then just had more gear, it would be a great game. Like if they had like a, you know, like a World of Warcraft type gear system. Was it a 35% tax on the auction house? That's crazy. RMT is such a plague for MMOs, yeah. I mean, you just gotta ban. You just gotta ban real hard, real heavy. No, you know, no questions asked, right? On both sides, buyers and sellers. I think that's the, like, WoW doesn't ban enough. I know they do it in waves, but it's like, dude, you have to ban the buyers. You can't just ban the sellers because they're just gonna spin up new accounts. I mean, you should ban them as well, but you gotta ban the buyers. Because right now in WoW, RMT is so prevalent. No, everyone does it. They literally put WoW token in there as their own form of RMT. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. They sold out. In fucking classic WoW too. Pets and maids were given an event, so I had them all T4 before I knew it. I only got one free one. What the hell? I mean, you played for longer than me, so that makes sense. And god damn, does that game just shower you with fucking goodies when you haven't logged on for a while? You know? Classic was bad. Explain. Just in terms of RNT or the game overall? RMT created a situation of inflation that just continued to explode. Yeah, it was so crazy. And then like they're adding things in their new renditions of Classic. They're adding things like dual spec that will literally remove gold sinks from the game. And the game already did not have enough gold sinks. Like consumables, repairs, talent changes. What else is there? What else is there? And consumables, you're just giving that money to someone else. So it's really just auction house fees. Like, it's wild. And then, yeah, you've got all these bots just like running around, just extracting value from the world. Oh no, I love the game. I just meant RMT and Classic was bad. Yeah, agree. Agree. I don't want to sound racist. Oh boy. Oh boy. But a problem with drivers' hardcore accounts that were played 24/7. I mean, I often had mine running at all times, but that was just like for processing and stuff, right? I wasn't actually like botting it or anything. I feel like having a box price for an MMO is actually a good way to disincentivize botters, you know, or gold sellers, right? Because you ban the account, they have to pay not only a sub, but a box price as well each time they get banned. And like right now for Classic, there's no box price. So Classic botters can, if they all they need is more than $15 a month or whatever, and I'm sure they VPN to get a cheaper rate, right? And then I think like whatever sub price that you're paying, localized sub price, like you can only get access to those servers that are local to that region, right? Like you can't have someone who's paying $5 a month from Brazil for a sub and someone who's paying $15 or $20 a month from the United States on the same server, in my opinion, or else RMT becomes a bigger problem. Also device banning. I mean, I'm sure they do ban as specifically as they can, right? That doesn't stop. Doesn't stop them. VPNs are a thing. I'm not sure what you can do to spoof device properties. Like you can do like Mac spoofing and stuff, right? So I'm not even sure what. You'd have to do like a device fingerprint, but even then you can like just change that pretty easily. Anyways, let's get back to work. I've just been yapping for too long. Let's get back to work. So we have some guys that are not doing anything in our testy test here. We were doing 200. Let's bump it up to 500. I don't know that I saw enough. That we're just standing around not doing anything. Okay, let me look here. Okay, we definitely have some guys standing around not doing anything, like that guy right there. But just give me some frames here. Okay, pause. Entity moved too much. Okay, that's fine. I really need to know, like, what... I guess let me just look for some reds here. Does it all just move too much? It is. It is just moving too much. How about this one? Oh, he dying. That's why. He's dying. Look at him on his knees. He died like a dog. He died like a dog. Oh my god. Yeah, a lot of dyers here. Move too much. Okay, nothing is. I was hoping that there would be some red boys. Another died like a dog right there. Look at him. Look at him dying like a dog. Okay, so how am I gonna figure out which guys are which here? Fuck, I forgot to write down. I got raided right when Elliot gave me the juice. What was that thing? What was the thing? F component visualizer, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I think I'll need that actually. That would actually help a lot here. Oh, how much of a pain is this going to be? Let me find a good example for something here. Because I assume you have to like put this on something. Just to make it and register it in your module or something. Yeah, but don't I have to like put it on something, right? What do you mean put it on? I mean, I need to know what to do with it, right? I was looking for an example. Let's just like try and see here. Like how is this used? Zone shape visualizer. Okay, you have to, is it a U object? T shared from this. And it points to the same thing. What does that even mean? You just have to extend from it? I may have to look into it at a later point. Find component visualizer. It's like this isn't added on specific things, it seems. No, you register it globally. Yeah, I would like to find some example of that happening so that I can do it. Notify property modified. Register component visualizer. There's a potentially useful situation. Where's this call from? We just make a component visualizer and we register it. How so? We just call the onRegister function, which does nothing. Okay. Okay. Get component. You are way overcomplicating it. I mean, I have zero information to go off of here. Like, I have zero information. I have zero examples. Isn't that game dev in a nutshell? Yeah, I mean, I'm overcomplicating it just by nature of like, I don't have the answer as to how to use it. Like, do I extend from it? Do I just make one and it just exists? Like, I just go new F component visualizer and everything works? Because I don't think that is how it works. Yeah, I may just look into that later. So what we can do here probably is I can go run. I know when I turn them into actors, I can figure out what entities they are. So I'm right there. So this guy. Well, maybe I can actually click on them. Hang on, because some of them have names. Okay, never mind. Pause. So we'll just click on this guy. This is entity ID 1381. Let's figure out what 1381 is doing. (1381) has 0. His velocity is doing stuff. What is this? Found precision loss. Found precision loss while converting matrix to GPU format. Dynamic mesh builder. Skip, please. No, thank you. No, thank you. Let's see what state you're in here. Show me your state. You are in combat. You're in combat and you're just fucking stuck. Okay, that's why. So I'm gonna assume focal location. Where is focal location? Why is that just like... Why is that on my cursor? Okay, so he's just stuck in combat. I guess I can continue and see... Oh, it's so loud. Sorry. 1381. How did that... Where's 1381? Okay, what's your, like, who's your target? Or we'll check aggro. He's got 2 targets. Someone attacked him. Someone attacked him. He's got the right target. Let's look at input velocity. Input velocity is 0. Z is 1. That's a weird input velocity. Let's look at his actual velocity. Where is velocity? I have so many pieces of entity data, it's like hard to find the important ones. State tree, entity data, target. There's velocity. His velocity is also 0, so he's not even trying to move. Move to data. Auto mod fucking got that. Twitch didn't like that message. If you don't look, I'll kill you. You know how long it takes to load up an Unreal project? I'm a busy man. Do I have to look at it right now on stream? I don't. You know how long it takes to load up Discord? I'm a busy man too. I'm streaming. Ghost interactable visualizer. Okay, so you create a visualizer by extending from the component visualizer. And then that does that automatically get past the information? Let me look at what you did in startup module here. You just made a shared one. You did a trigger visualizer and ghost visualizer, okay. Register, okay, and the Unreal Editor has a specific function to register the visualizer. Okay. Registered visualizers.add. Let me guess, you have to unregister them on shutdown manually? Okay. That is the information I need. Thank you, Elliot. I have this scenario kind of pinned down, though, at the moment. So I will come back to that. That is very useful information that will come in super handy for me debugging this at later points. But I do have this scenario pinned down. I just need some really specific breakpoints, and I think I need to do, like... Where's he looking? Where are you looking? His speed is 0. Where's your movement data there? Okay, so you have some walking, you have some gait speeds. Your default speed is set to 0. Okay, so I need let's go move to processor. That's going to be relevant. $1381. So we're going to need to do this in several places. Move to task, I think, will be relevant as well. Let's throw that in there. Move to task, move to processor. Probably, I'm going to say calc ability location may be relevant as well, because you have a move to... You have a move to that is set very weirdly. Movement, he doesn't even have a movement type added. Actually, I think those two might suffice. Let's start there. Run live coding there. I think this is something I would need to do regardless. Oh, Voxnell. Okay. Play. We are in the move to processor, and there's a gnat in front of my fucking screen. Oh, he's too close to my screen. I missed. Okay. Let's look at move to data. What do we got? That information looks incorrect. Now, the state tree tasks aren't even ticking. So we're not even going to get into the state tree task, are we? Jesus, that was loud. Sorry. Yeah, we're only ever getting in here. Okay. Okay. I need to have seen the history of how he got into this state. Move to data is in an invalid state. He has 0 speed. How would that have happened? Move to data gets added here. I wonder if we just added the data and then it didn't tick again after that. So how do most of them actually still work then? It should tick by nature of the state tree node task thing. So it says he's in combat. He's in the combat node. But I don't know which task he's in. I guess they're all active, right? So it would have ran all of them, but then he's just stuck because it's not ticking. So one of those should be ticking. The movement one should be ticking. Oh, Jesus. And he was a enemy, right? So he's in this task. Let me compare this with colonist state tree. Why are you... Why... What, Elliot? What? The sound. Oh, yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry. Do I not? There should be a node that ticks this every so often, or a task rather. I thought there would be. Oh, did I never change that for combat? On wander move to, we tick every 1 second. I think I just need to add that to combat. So wait, how is combat working right now for most of them? If they're not being marked as like needing to tick. How is that happening? Update next frame. Find path. I wonder if it's from them taking damage is what causes them to update. Executability has update next frame. And find path does. Let me look at send event. What? I don't. Where is the event? Like the in there should be a in combat event. No? There it is. So this, I think, would tick it as well, because it received an event. And this happens... when things have... if highest aggro entity is valid, and the old target is not. Yeah, so this does the iteration there. I mean, this... why wouldn't this be happening for our friend here who is stuck? I guess let's see if it's happening and validate that assumption. I'm gonna grab this. It's gonna be loud again, guys, and I'm sorry. I am sorry. after we live code here. Live coding. Okay. So we're gonna click play. Plug your ears. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the sound didn't happen. We're good there. Okay, it does happen for aggro processor. However, we don't get in there. Oof, loud. Okay. Hold target 7193. Oh, they're equal. So his target has never changed. Okay, so yeah, that's not happening. I'm still, it's surprising that more of them aren't doing it. Stop everything. Stop everything. So combat, I think I need to add a little tick bully here. Tick my entity tick state tree. Tick interval every 1 second, I think is fine. Every 1 second is fine. We can return failed, I suppose. You inspired me to push myself and my company to do better. Myself and my company to do better. Now we have systems in place to reach out to 100+ businesses a day. Thank you. I don't know if that's a meme or not. I'll be honest. Memory. Oh, the tick doesn't like that. Okay, now ticking is being lame. Is this from... No, this is different. This is starting the state trees. Why is the memory stupid? Why is the memory being stupid? When resetting, we're destroying instanced structs. So I'm starting the state tree. There should be no fucking storage in it at this point. The state tree instance data. Like, why are you... I see temporary instances is invalid. Like, you do have some invalid state, but it's like, I did this beforehand. Like, how do you have invalid state here? Should that be in a... I mean, no. Is this something we can continue from? No, I don't think. I don't think so. Like, what? Why are you lame? Why are you lame? And why only sometimes? This is C++. Okay, so that wouldn't have had anything to do with the tick changes that I made. So I hope those persist, because I don't want to have to go back in and do that. I don't know why I would need to reset or do that there in any case, anyways. Are there U objects on here that I need to be... Do I need to store this in like a smart pointer? I wouldn't have thought so. Yeah, I mean, I'm not directly seeing anything. I guess there's a T-shard ref, but that should take care of itself. Read this little blurb here. If fState tree instance data is placed on a struct, you must call add struct referenced object manually, as it is automatically called recursively. What does that do? What do I call that on? It's an instanced struct function. Do I have to do that? Or does the state tree handle that? Where was the state tree processor? Because that's not a function on there, is it? It is. Is that a function on any? How do I do that? How do I get the collector there? Wait, find usages. State tree camera director. On add referenced objects. That is a camera director evaluator interface function. What about this? So it needs to go onto a U object, maybe? Yeah, I'll have to look into how that's used later. I'll put that out for now. Let's just see if this works now. Thank you. Don't know what that was about, but thank you. What's up? Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, we still have a lot of guys standing there doing nothing. It's nice that we have one just right here. Maybe I should have started the vlogger from the get-go on that one. Okay, let's I guess we'll just verify that this is in the same state as before. We are 375. Entity 375. Are we stuck in combat once again? First of all, did those ticks happen? Did those persist? They did. Okay, so he should be ticking if he's in combat. He is. Update within 1. Last update time seconds is 0. But yet he's not updating. Last update time in seconds is 0. almost like he's not... Is he getting state tree processed? Is that what's wrong? If entity ID equals 375. Oh dear. Okay, we gotta rebuild. Fuck. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I don't know what the hell that was about. What did I accidentally change here? Huh? All I did was change the state tree processor. What the hell? Did I change an import that like broke shit? Gameplay ability base. Now this isn't imported. Oh yeah, we should change that. We should change that. Should I even iterate over things with, let's just do with none dead tag. And then we can get rid of the ability system component dependency, which is fucking amazing. I'm gonna comment that out for posterity reasons. Because now he should... I feel like I should probably still manually stop the tree when they die. But I'm gonna run that in a different processor at a later point. Are you broken now? Why are you complaining? I don't understand. Why are you complaining? It's because I don't have gameplay ability imported here. I am going to put this into... Do I have the CPP file for it? No, I don't. I'm going to assume... I don't know why that broke. I think I probably changed an import somewhere that I didn't realize that... did that. Congrats on working ECS combat. Thank you. Long time coming. Long time coming. So now we'll wait. Is it coffee time? I think it's coffee time. Me thinks it's coffee number 2 time. So BRB. You all should get yourselves another cup of coffee. You deserve it. Yay, it compiled. Okay, thank you for your patience. I have coffee now. Ich haben einen Kaffee. Okay. So the tick maybe wasn't the answer. Let's see now, though. Yeah, that's not the right entity anymore. Okay, we got a couple stragglers here. What do we got? 3771. The entity IDs are much higher now, which is interesting because it's not, I mean, it makes sense, but it's interesting how much higher they are because like all the abilities and effects and stuff are entities now. So, okay, yeah, it's not getting processed. Never mind. I didn't put the breakpoint there. It is getting processed. Okay. Let us follow. Okay. It has started. It hasn't started. The state tree has not started. Okay. So that should have enqueued. State trees to start. Of course, I can't fucking see a goddamn thing in a queue. Which makes sense, but it still doesn't make it any less annoying. It has not been started. Queued to start is true, though. So it's just not getting started. What happened here? What happened here? Okay, we've got some bum state trees. There's a ton of them that aren't getting started. Interesting. How? How? If state tree context is valid. Do we get to else here? Like, does this ever happen? I want to know. We will need to entirely restart the scenario here. So if it has started, I should just... Let's just do this. Or it has started. How? I guess we just accidentally added it in the queue again? Wait, how did that happen? Because... we only would ever add it... Are we adding multiple of the same fucking state tree in... here? We're only adding it if it has... So, I feel like... B has started is true here. It only ever happens from here, which would have D queued it. I guess I also want to know if this scenario happens. Because in all honesty, these shouldn't. And it would fuck things up if it would fuck things up if we got in there. But let's actually do something like... It has started. We do want to return there. Yeah, we do want to return there. And then this, we can just change to if it's not valid. Okay, so we have started this one already. We should never stop the state tree. That is just always set to false now. So we should never get there. B has started. Something went wrong. Restart the state tree. Let's see how many times we get there. Okay, so maybe that's the bigger issue here. B has started is false, and then I guess the next iteration we would get in here. Queued to start. I think I see. I think I get the issue. Well, we do set that to false once it starts. But really, queued to start, that should probably be set to false as soon as we get here. I forget what scenario I was running into that led to this needing to happen. Is live coding running? I don't know if that actually got applied or not. Okay, I don't think anyone's standing around now, though. Except that guy. What are you fucking doing, bro? Your eyeball is just poking out of your head. Oh, I didn't bake the eyeball textures. Or I don't have those set to the right ones. Okay, there are a bunch of stander arounders. There's less. But maybe those are guys that were already automatically stuck. Let's just rerun again to see if there's... Are there any stuck boys? Why are they... I feel like they didn't usually stop. Oh, there that guy goes. I feel like they didn't usually pause so much in between. I wonder... Oh, it's probably maybe the state tree ticking every 1 second. But I think that's helping with the stander arounders. Why did that specifically had to do with combat? Something in combat was putting the entities. The yellows won this time. See, that guy probably should have aggroed a lot sooner. I forget what their aggro radius is, but look at them. Yellow guys are too strong. I think there just happens to be more of them that time. The green guys won last time. Yeah, I forget what these scenarios were right here. So this one specifically, tick results set to unset. Like one of those brain rot YouTube shorts, 10,000 grills versus 10,000 Donald Trumps. Who wins? Who wins? Honestly, I think I would pick half a gorilla over any number of Donald Trumps. You got a link to that video though? I'd like to watch that. Yeah, what is this scenario? Because this isn't happening for normal stuff. It was only happening for combat. And we immediately fucking got here. Can I see what... I guess we will have already stopped at this point. Maybe I want to go a little bit earlier, but... The tick result was unset. And I feel like something happens when I don't restart the state tree there. Like, it doesn't like that the tick result is unset or something. State tree data. Okay, let's figure out what fucking state we were in. I hate looking through this. Route. We were just en route. Yeah, I forget how to like... Yeah, I think it was just... Yeah, I guess maybe once we hit stop is maybe like resets it or something there. Let's try again. Or no, I have to look into state tree instance data, right? For like the current state, execution state. Yeah, active frames is empty. That's I don't think that that's what we want. Queue to start and has started. Okay, yeah, so I get like zero information as to like what happened here. No active frames or anything. I mean, let's just see what happens if I don't do that. Also, they're not starting very quickly, are they? Yeah, we get a bunch of stragglers. Can I breakpoint on an empty line? What am I looking for? Execution state. Active frames is just empty. Prelude. There's the unset. Where would it return unset at? XX state tree run status. Tick postlude. A postlude. Why is that a weird word? Exec, the execution dot requested stop. Processing deferred stop. Yeah, it seems weird. I feel like I maybe have some weird state set up to where there's like, I don't know, maybe some transition that's not transitioning to something, or a transition that just results in an empty state or something. I don't know. I would have thought that it would be a little bit more, I don't know, explicit about telling me what's going on. Maybe I can... Let's move that. So let's just stop here. Well, okay, now this issue again. Okay, this is happening more. This is happening more. So do I call this on something else? Or do I call it on this? Also, let's just... I reset it, and then I set it to an empty one. Maybe let's not do that. Let's just make sure it's reset, which maybe it already is. Okay, vlogger. We're gonna turn you on immediately and just start. And hopefully there was one within my radius that's not doing anything, although here we go. Okay. Are we breakpointed, or are we just... or are we crashing on something? Okay, we're crashing on something. The state tree execution context is destructing. Root state tree is ready to run. God, there's so much shit in here. B is linked. Is ready. What was the... States is greater than 0, and then property bindings is valid. I think states was... Where the fuck is it? Tell me again. On root state... Oh, I have to look at root state tree. Right, that's where it was. Okay, root state tree. States is greater than 0. And it was like the property bindings. So I don't know if we're actually breakpointed on this line or not. I don't think we are. Where is property bindings? Okay, it's all on root state tree. Right. Property bindings, where are you at? Property bindings. Here we go. You've got a lot of stuff on you. I don't know, you look, I don't know what to look at there. You look fine, I suppose. B bindings resolved. I don't know where that B bindings resolved is true. Okay, so yeah, that's all valid. So yeah, we just got here because the entity system context was not being destructed properly. And that was exec active frames. On the state tree execution on the instance, it would be on instance data. Okay. Instance storage, it was like get mutable storage. Active frames. Yeah, that doesn't look good, does it? Just all red. So yeah, I do think maybe something here. I just don't know like what. Add struct reference objects. So that's used nowhere because it's spelled wrong. Yeah, like I don't know whether to call this on some other objects and then add the instance data as like struct, you know, whatever this is, or I need to call. Let me look at this one. Where are you used at? Only in one place. That makes me that kind of makes me think I don't need to do it, because like how the hell does the mass state tree processor do it, right? I mean, they just use probably so many different levels of indirection and abstraction that I couldn't even figure it out if I wanted to look at it. I suppose let's add it on the proxy actor if I had to choose. Mute Discord, please. Add struct referenced. Okay, so is that only on? Is that only on U objects then? And other structs? Entity state tree data. Does that have one? Add. That one has one. Oh, that's just on class. Okay, what if I did something like this? And that needs a collector. I have no idea how to fucking use this. Add struct referenced object. Someone learn me this. Do I need to override? I think maybe I need to override the struct referenced objects on this. Does that exist? There's no overriding members. But I just closed that. Add struct. Let me make sure I spelled that correctly. Should I go to AI for this? I don't know if AI has any fucking inklings. There is not a whole lot. There is not a whole lot there. Alright, AI mode, hit me. Tell me what this is. For any custom struct that holds U objects. Is it just like a static thing then, I wonder? Like a static, It did pick up that it needs to be used for F state tree instance data. I wonder if I should just make it a T shared ref. Would that just be better? I think maybe here we just, can I just set it equal to a new one there? Tree instance data dot get. I don't know, fuck it. Fuck it. I have no idea if that's gonna work. I've never used a T-shared ref before. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. Ignore that. There's way too many. Yeah, I need to .get there as well, I suppose. Although there shouldn't be an is valid, right? Because it should always be there. Right. So a T-shared ref. Do you even need to initialize a T-shared ref? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know if you have to like make shared on a struct or something. Yeah, we need to .get in a lot of places. Can't be null because it's basically a reference number. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I guess I don't know. Like it just by nature of having a T-shared ref, it's audit. Like this is just an empty state tree instance data. You have to make do make shareable though. So that's how you have to initialize it that way. I can't do one of these boys right here. Although that might be doing a make shareable under the hood. I had a stroke typing that. It's okay, we all stroke out from time to time. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any inklings on? I don't know how much you've been paying attention. I don't know, fuck it, let's see what happens. Let's see if that like breaks or whatever. We'll see if we need to explicitly make shareable or not. A reference to a null pointer is UB. I haven't, I'm rewriting my frame buffer attachment shit. Oh, that sounds just super fun. Yeah, so something weird is happening with the T-shared ref here, so yeah. Do I get like some message here? Oh, yeah, the T-shared ref constructor is for internal usage only. Please do not use it. Understood. Make shared or make shareable? Which one is which? Can Can you return the types for me here? Make shareable returns T raw pointer properties. So make shared returns T shared. That returns a T shared ref. What are you mad at? I guess maybe do I need to just create one of these? Create an empty one? No? You return a T shared ref. And make shareable was like resolving. That requires a pointer. But no, I won't make shared. Oh, there's a make shared ref. Oh, that looks very private. I shouldn't use that. Make shared. Make shared type args. Oh, it can't infer the template. You are correct, sir. You are correct. I thought it would infer the template. Okay. But yeah, I guess if that's just the arguments and not the object, then that makes sense. Okay, let's try that. Is this a bug bounty? No. It still didn't like that. It still did not like that. T-shared ref constructors for internal usage only. Okay, so is that just because I can't store a T-shared ref? I can't put that like on. Maybe that needs to, oh, maybe it needs to be a part of the constructor in order to store it. Although I'm not seeing any cases where there is a property. There's an array, but that's different. Maybe I do need a T-shared pointer then, or something. Can I put a T-shared ref on? Can I have a variable on an object for that? These are all like function level things. Yeah, I see no examples of this being used as a variable on a thing. Okay, so T-shared pointer it is then. T-shared pointer it is then. I didn't realize, you know, just trying to store a struct on a struct would be such an issue. You know? I guess make shared works there still. Probably some other places, yeah. How much money for you to become a character used in AI-generated videos without any filter? What? Without any... What are you talking about, Voxel? What kind of fever dream have you cooked up for us this time? Alright. Let's see if the engine fucking craps its pants here. It is null pointer here. How is that null pointer? Also, this should use the send event that is on here. I mean, we'll try that. I mean, maybe there's like a frame at the beginning or something where it's not valid. Although, let me look. Let me go a breakpoint here. And just make sure that that's like valid. Okay, so it is like valid. Is it like still valid at this point? Yeah. I guess we'll just. Yeah, so it's null pointer. How is it going null pointer? Your face will be used in AI-generated videos like Sora. The AI generating those videos won't have any filter or sensors. How much money from you to agree to this? Seems like a completely nonsensical scenario that I would even get any money from that. Bro, what are people asking? I don't know. Yeah, Voxnell, you can already do that, and I don't get any money from it. You could probably send it a bunch of screenshots from my streams and be like, make a My Drone video, and it would. And I don't get any money from that. Also, why are you thinking about that? Why is this null here? I thought the T-shared pointer was supposed to. Oh, I guess it gets rid of the fucking pointer, right? It gets rid of the pointer when nothing else is using it. Is that right? Let me. I gotta fucking look back up smart pointers. Smart pointers in Unreal Engine. Shared pointer owns the object it references, indefinitely preventing, and ultimately handling its deletion when no shared pointer or shared references it. But like this struct is referencing this still. So when a unique pointer goes out of scope, it will automatically delete. I feel like a shared reference is what I want, but it didn't allow me to like store that. And I feel like I need a iHouse dev stuff. Welcome in. It's going well. Just trying to figure out some kinks here. You have no default initialize. Well, on the shared pointer, I wouldn't need one. I can try that with the shared ref. What am I trying to do? I mean, so the issue that's happening is like every once in a while, this state tree instance data, like I was just storing it as a struct, and every once in a while it would just have like invalid memory. And so I was like, okay, maybe it needs to be like a shared pointer or a smart pointer or something like that. It does say if Now, I don't know how to use this. It does say if state tree instance data is placed on a struct, you must call add struct referenced objects manually, as it is not called recursively. And that would make sense. Like, I think that would make sense to do, but I don't know, like, what to fucking do that on. It's like I have to call that manually, but how do I get this, like, collector object thing? Do I have to override that on this fucking processor for every single thing? That seems weird. It was weird because if it was just stored in the memory layout of the class, it would just live for whatever lifetime the class it had. I think it has to do with, like, it has a bunch of, like, instance structs and stuff inside of it. So I'll put it back to this, and I'll show you, I'll show what the error is. This is what I was initially doing. Oh god, now we need to, like, fucking change all this shit. Hang on. Okay. Nothing's multi-threaded at the moment. Nothing's multi-threaded, Elliot. But yeah, like my entity datas aren't like parented to any sort of view property, view object or anything. So I have encountered needing to use strong pointer. Do I make it a struct? Can you make a strong pointer from a struct? Is that possible? I thought a shared pointer was for struct, like the similar thing, but for a shared pointer. But yeah, like memory is going fucksy wucksy somewhere. And I thought having it in like a shared pointer would fix the issue. But it was just, the shared pointer version of it was just showing as null in some places. So we'll try this again. Yeah, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Let's just fucking dial it up or maybe rerun it a few times. There we go. There we go. It is on an instance struct. Getting the mutable memory of this instance struct. State tree temporary instance data. Which it just says invalid in the debugger. And we just got a bunch of question marks on this shit. So yeah, the memory is like getting lost. Or stomped, as you say. Which what? It's like getting overridden by something else, maybe? Temporary instances reset. Couldn't even read that memory. Is it valid at this point? So this is when it's when we start the state tree is when this happens. Where does your struct get stored? Just on entity data. The one that holds the thing you want to make it's just state tree. You're asking where does state tree entity data get stored? Like where is my entity data stored? That would be in my archetype utils question mark. It would be in this. Which is just, it's just a raw array. Which is then stored in archetype. And component arrays in here. So this is the component array base is a T shared pointer. And where are you discovering that it has invalid data? So the state tree entity data seems fine. It is specifically the state tree instance data that is not. And it is within my state tree processor on start when I'm trying to start the state tree. Every once in a while this happens. And this is technically, this is in tick. I have to start on the game thread. So I do it in tick. Tick of the state tree processor. But yeah, I would have thought just having like a shared pointer or something would be fine. And maybe I can try the T-shared ref here. And then just do the, make sure there's a default thingo. So, yeah. That is precisely what I was thinking. And that way it won't complain about not having some information. But I would have thought the T-shared pointer would have been fine as well. So I don't know why T-shared pointer was showing up as null. Is this a C language? It is C++. Let's try that. We'll give that a shot and see what happens. See if we can actually start up. Although this feels sus to me because I saw 0 examples of storing a T-shared ref as a property on a struct or on a property anywhere. So I feel like this is probably a no-no for some reason. Okay, so this is where it would usually like break point. We'll see if that happens. No, we're getting through it, I think. Or was it after the editor actually loaded? Okay, it started up fine. Started up fine. State tree runtime check failed. The owner is different from the owner previously set. What? State tree instance data seems fine-ish, at least. This is one I have never seen. Make sure you initialize state tree execution context with the same values every time. Do I need to... Maybe I need to reset this. Because I was doing that before. I think maybe we weren't resetting that. Let's try that. Okay. Okay, let's try that now. Still, yeah, still hitting this. Who are the owners here? Owner, and I guess I can't see new owner. There it is. Those are different. Those are different owners. Why is that happening? How on earth could that even happen? How on earth could that even happen? Okay, and so I guess... So my entity archetypes are moving around. So is this pointing to a different proxy actor because we've literally moved the archetype? And the archetype has on it state tree data. We've moved the state tree data. So now it's literally pointing to something different. Is that why this is happening? What happens if I just continue? I mean, a lot of them are in this stuck state. It's very loud. Sorry about that. Most of them have ironed themselves out. This is all fucksy wucksy. So I don't think the memory issue isn't happening anymore. Yeah, the memory issue isn't happening anymore, but they're just pointing to the wrong fucking thing now. So what does a t-shirt ref do under the hood? Because I was able to use like pointer syntax with it. Does it actually store like a pointer to the object? It does. So does using a t-shared ref break cache locality? It stores a reference. Then what's all this about? That looks like a pointer to me, no? So this feels like this probably just breaks cache. That was t-shirt pointer, t-shirt ref. Yeah, that's a pointer, all right. I feel like I should try and get the add referenced structs or whatever. I feel like I should try to do that. Whatever makes that work. Pull up. Holding. Do I just need to rewrite the state tree? I think I need to rewrite the whole state tree. Yeah, I think I need to do this. Weird. I thought it was a reference count object. That was basically a reference wrapper. Yeah, I mean that was that would have been my assumption too. You said it in much smarter words than I would have. So this kind of breaks cache locality then as well, which is not what I wanted. That's only 32, but I mean, the thing is, like, everything in the state tree instance data is pointers because it's all like instance structs and stuff. So I guess it doesn't really fucking matter. It's not going to be very cache performant regardless of which way we cut it. The state tree is a pointer as well. And so if it's storing a pointer, then why is the owner changing? I think I have to restart the engine to get that assertion to show back up. I think that's the case there. Why would it be pointing to a different proxy actor? Let's get that assertion to show back up. Maybe let's just spawn one guy and see if it happens for one guy. Or if this is like a multi-guy thing. Just spawn me one. Okay, spawn me two. Yeah, as soon as I get more than one. Okay, this is set context. So this is when I'm creating the state tree context within the state tree processor, within its processing loop. And this instance storage, I guess, has an old owner that's not the same. It's not pointing to the same one anymore. Why? And also, where is that stored? What is this? Runtime validation instance data. Which is on storage, read-only execution context, get runtime validation, root state tree. Let's see if we can find that on the storage. Execution state, maybe? No way that's on the state tree. I wouldn't think so. Global parameters? No, yeah, no way it's on there. State tree execution context. State tree minimal. Oh, it's like all the way in the parent. I see. Okay. Storage. Wait, where is this information at? It says get runtime validation. There is runtime validation data on storage? Oh, there is. I'm dumb. I didn't see it. So yeah, the old owner is there. How is that happening? I mean, this has to do with the ECS, right? This has to do with how this is stored. There's no other weirdness. Now, if I just store it as like a fucking... I did it as a t-shirt pointer and it went null. I mean, but this is a pointer as well. Why would the t-shirt ref always has to remain like populated or whatever? Let me look back into this like add referenced shit, because that feels like the fucking... I should probably do that if it's telling me I should. I just don't know how to use this. Instance storage is called by state tree instance data. So I need something to call the state tree instance datas. I was trying to do something like CPP struct, and then the memory of the struct. So we're going to change this back to a raw dog. State tree instance data. What's your... We'll just stop there. You want the memory and then the collector. Yeah, I don't know how to get this collector. Get CPP struct ops. Can I do that? Does it have to be on the class? Group struct. You can't do that on a U, right? Struct and struct add referenced. If set native code needs to run find reference to objects. Yeah, that's fine. Struct flags. So does just having this on the struct make it do things? I think it's one of those like static inheritance thingies. I don't know the signature. Let me go back to this guy. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy that guy. Yeah, we're gonna copy that signature there, and just make sure that that is called from within here. Okay, let's see what happens. I need to update a few places first. Okay, yeah, we need to do that. Yeah, that's gonna be all wrong. Okay. I'm just gonna pray that this fixes the issue. Pray for me. How many times do I need to be able to run the combat before I determine that this fixed the issue? Because it was happening indeterminately, randomly it seemed. We only have 2 guys there. Let's dial that up to 1,000. 1,000 guys. Oh, okay, let's keep going. Hang on, should I put a? Let me put a breakpoint here. We'll see. We'll see if I actually get hit. It's not getting hit, which makes me think it's just not even working, and that we've just gotten lucky. So most of them aren't doing anything. Most of them aren't doing anything. Weird, okay. Okay, so the issue isn't happening anymore, but I'm also not hitting the breakpoint I thought I would be hitting to fix the issue, so I think I'm just getting lucky. Let's take it back down to like 200. Sorry for the super repetitive sounds. It is not happening anymore. Although it was so random before. It doesn't even show, it doesn't even C#, what? This is like doing some C# on me. Oh, so bad. All right, let me hit Gemini with that, like the actual fucking model. Not Nano Banana. Yeah, let that cook. See if you can give me any ideas on how to use it. Let me take the, I want to take the ticks off of that. Delete. You have to manually compile these. Yeah, that tick slowed down combat. That's interesting. So the tick almost overrode the update next frames that happened. I think is maybe what was happening. Because now they're swinging a lot more. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, Gemini, oh my god. You gave me so much code. It always does. It's doing so much. Make sure Unreal's garbage collector aware of UObject pointers. Is it only UObject pointers? Because the shit I was looking at made it seem like it was for like instanced structs as well. A static function? That's not static. It's a static, like, I guess maybe it means, like, the way it gets found. With add struct reference objects equals true. Set this to true to enable our custom GC function. Yeah, that seems like something that's necessary. Let me look that up before I just blindly copy paste. That is a flag, and it is being used in that very same way. Okay, yeah, and it was saying in the CPP file. I can do that. Okay, let's rebuild that, see if our function actually gets called now. Dude, it's kind of crazy the kind of depth that it had, like that it pulled, because I Google searched, there was no mention of that. That's actually kind of cracked. That it just pulled that out. It was able to actually discern that from the Unreal Engine source code. And that was 2.5. Word on the street is that Gemini 3.0 is coming out soon. Those have been the rumors. I don't have any information that the public does not, but that is the speculation. That breakpoint still didn't get hit. But also we're not crashing, so let's turn back on that stop and start thingo. Turn that back on, because that'll make them start a little bit more often, more deterministically. I still should probably figure out what is the root cause of that. But that may make this error pop up a little bit more reliably. I guess let's just like pump it up. Pump the jam. Boy, do they start slow. Boy, do they start slow. Oh yeah, we only start 10 per frame. Hang on, let's change that to 100. We got some guys that aren't combating. Let's run a, I want to see the, let's do a trace on that. So yeah, this will be a lot better example. God, they are just moving and grooving, aren't they? All right. Wait, what happened here? Ability activation processor. So we have like everything from here on is all ability system stuff. So yeah, half of the frame is ability system stuff. Ability activation processor actually seems to be the worst. And you know what? You know what I want to do? You know what I want to do? Let's do you, my gameplay, gamer. I spelled absolutely nothing correctly. You, my gameplay, ability base. I want to go into, yeah, let's look at, we're going to start doing some CPU, or what is it, trace, CPU, profiler, event scope. There's a string one, event scope string. So I want to do something like, let's do f-string class name, class get name, we can do class name. Yeah, that's what we want. I guess I need to do that thing. I can't. Can I do this? Scope string. Yeah, we'll have to do it that way. So yeah, that. Give me that. And I need to see what, like, activate ability is another one? Who the fuck is activate ability? There it is. Activate ability and then end ability as well. And that way I can see not only the classes that are getting activated, but the time, like what parts are taking up the longest in here. Because that's a lot of empty space that I can't really fucking tell what's going on. Adding and removing entity data seems too slow as well. Seems too slow. Over there. Oh, we are already over there. Okay. Sorry. Just letting this soak for a little bit here. Okay, now we're getting the performance back, so I'm gonna stop that. We can just pause, close, open the most recent one. Oh, I did the wrong name for all of it, didn't I? Didn't I? First of all, fix that. But also, what is that log from? I think I also want the... Just show me. Where's the fucking... Where are my goddamn processors? It was applyability. Okay. I guess let's do a trace CPU profiler event scope for this guy. I want to see like the individual. I'll just say iteration here. I want to see how long each one takes here. Because there's just so much empty space here. It's kind of hard to... discern what is actually happening. Okay, that's probably good. Yeah, like, what is all this empty space, man? The construct object, melee auto attack ability. That might be the default. That's like the, or that's the, I do new object there. So that's probably that part. Oh, you know what? A lot of these don't call the parent in the blueprints. I need to go through and audit those. That's why I'm not seeing very much. Probably, I mean, it's the melee auto attack, right? Oh, you don't override. So yeah, you should be being shown there more. For all of them. Yeah, that is my can activate ability implementation, which was here. And then the rest of this, we're constructing a Q calculator. That is once we are actually in the melee. So yeah, they don't call, some of these don't call the super. We need to do that. We need to make sure that that happens every. Oh, well, it does there. That one's maybe fine. They do, actually. They do. Let's do... I mean, this one calls the super as well. On can't activate ability. They actually all do. So it was really only melee auto attack that wasn't doing it. Okay, let's look at it now. Bro, the can activate ability happens within... It happens very quickly. And I guess the scope of the... Oh, I called it here and I was already actually calling it. That was actually false. This actually doesn't encompass that I thought that this scope trace would encompass the actual full scope of the function, but no, it won't. I have to like write that manually for each one. I guess let's just like make an ad hoc one here. Yeah, this is not gonna help it do anything. So it's just noise at this point. Oh, I need to actually be tracing. Okay. There we go. That's better. That's better. That's what I was expecting. Okay. So yeah, melee auto attack Q calculator. Constructing a new object there, those should maybe change to structs. I think is one improvement that we can do there. I think that will make the rest of it much faster. Ability and MQ can even be changed to a struct as well, potentially. Let's think about this. So we have 97 milliseconds. Back of the napkin math here. So let's go just 100 milliseconds divided by 8 threads, 12.5 per thread. That's 1,000 things in combat, right? So that's under 60 FPS. And honestly, look at all these. Look at this chunk of timer manager. Like, I think I want to write my own timer processor too, because I can do better than that, right? I can do better than that. So instead of using timers, we should use an ECS processor too. That's on the list of things I want to do. But there's 23 milliseconds there that we can fucking save, potentially. Not like entirely, but we can do better. We can do better. So it's actually, the activate abilities is worse than the attribute processor. Inclusive time is 0. That's so crazy. On damage taken, 100 microseconds. Cancel ability processor. High-end ability implementation. So yeah, I think most of it seems to be... What was... at what point did it create the... Yeah, the second half of that is... just that code right there. Which, like... I guess getting equipment component... setting a timer... Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot on the table there. What program coding are you using and how did you become great at it? So this is Unreal Engine and JetBrains Writer. I wouldn't say I'm great at it, but I got better by doing it. You just gotta come up with projects to work on, and you'll learn along the way. Okay, so I would also like to make my playback commands quite a bit more performant. Just 3.4 milliseconds for removing a batch of stuff. Yeah, I wonder if it's just better to, like, rather than adding and removing entity data, like, just keep the data on there at all times, and then but just, like, empty it, like, reset the data or something, you know, like an array or whatever it may be. You know, maybe that's faster processing-wise, but that would take up more memory. See how much of this is the archetype transition. All right. Look here. We're looking in the playback commands. Most of it is changing the archetype. Most of it is changing the archetype. And I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, well, actually, where's the move entity thing? Yeah, this would happen. I think there's an optimization I can make. IGS Ghost, welcome. Thank you for the raid, my dude.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
How was your stream?
Put it in reverse, Tear. Put it in reverse.
I'm working on combat.
Lord, Steve. Ow, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
How was your stream? What were you up to? Anything you want to show off? Yeah, I finally got gas rewritten into my ECS, and so we're finally like looking at the performance of it. And one of the changes I made to my ECS was that I wanted to process the command buffer in between each processor rather than all at the end. And anytime I add or remove entity data, that's part of the command buffer stuff. Anytime I add or remove entity data, the entity itself needs to change archetypes. So we literally are physically moving memory around whenever that happens. And it turns out that that's what most of the work is whenever we add or remove data. And so I'm wondering, I was thinking there's maybe some sort of optimization where we can do that in like a batch way per entity, because there's probably multiple commands in here for a single entity. And so as you add and remove each one of those pieces of data, the entity, we're like moving the entity multiple times when really we only need to move it once from source to destination. So there's probably an optimization I can do where I don't do that one at a time. And then the command buffer kind of, it's like a per entity command buffer, and then it kind of just batches it. So there's probably something I can do there to help with that. If we're doing it after each processor, I'm not sure how much that would save a lot once we do it at the end. If we were to do all of it at the end of the processor loop, I don't know how much that would save. Like how much of this is duplicated, right? How much of this is the same entity? It's going goo. It's just being a pain. I was fighting trying to make a new landscape. I wanted to use landscaper brushes, but it's not going well. Hey, have I told you about our Lord and Savior procedural terrain? Yeah, I wish I could help, but I have literally never touched Unreal Engine landscape tools. Looks like Python. No, it doesn't. No, it objectively does not look like Python. Python is snake case. That is not snake case. CPP files do not store Python code. Python does not have brackets. There's so many reasons why it's not Python. He deleted his message. Looks... I'll never understand. Message retracted. Yep, I see it. If you don't know what language it is, that's fine. You're more than welcome to ask, and I will tell you. It's so interesting. Like, people come in, they're like, "This is Java." No, it's not. And then they'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I only know Java." It's like, okay, you only know Java. Like, why did? I don't know. It just gives you like insight into the mind of someone on the internet, right? Like all that bullshit you read on the internet, all the fucking brain rot comes from people with that kind of fucking mindset where they're just like, "Oh, this is X," and it's like, no, not even close. Not even close. And it's like, I get that there are some people like that. I underestimated how many people are like that. Literally every single stream, multiple times a stream. Multiple times a stream, people will come in and say, "Is this language that if you knew anything about programming languages, you would understand that it's not that language?" No, it's not. No, it's not. And it's okay to not know that. Not mad at you for not knowing, or not trying to be elitist about it by any means, but like... Anyways, what am I doing? I'm really thinking about looking more into procedural terrain. You should do it, dude. It'd be fun. Hunting in procedural terrain, you know, you gotta... That's like part of the... I've never hunted before, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like exploring the world, or exploring a forest or a woods or a hunting area that you're not familiar with is probably part of it, right? That's why people go on like hunting trips and stuff to go to a territory they're new at. I feel like that could be fun for people who are into that kind of stuff. Anyways, what do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? What's the next move? So I do have some more information about about things. So let me write down some next moves here. And I don't know some options I have. I don't know where to write this down because this is kind of outside the gameplay ability system. Change anim queue and calcs to structs. And then I'll say look into command buffer optimizations, try to batch move entity archetype data. Those are both things that are kind of outside gas refactor land, so those are going to give me a better bang for my buck. But I think maybe what I should do before this is going to be a massive giga fucking commit here. 237 miles. I think that's the biggest commit I've ever done in my life, I'll be honest. And that's not, you shouldn't do that. Don't try this at home, kids. That's not what you should do. You should make steady commits. So there's some, let's put that separated a little bit. Projectiles as entities, I think that's in that category too. But the rest of this is like things that aren't working for the new system. So I think maybe we should get all of that ironed out. What's the commit message? Yeah, that's a good question. MISC changes. MISC fixes. Best commit message ever. Actually, no, I'll give you the best commit message ever. Here you go. Here's the best commit message ever. I'm just gonna let you read that yourself because I don't want to say that out loud. I'll wait. This is why I say fucksy wucksy all the time. This is why I say fucksy wucksy all the time. And I love this guy. What in the name of fuck? Closed this permanently. XD starts twerking. What in the name of fuck? What am I working on? Video game. Working on combat stuff. On a large-scale combat. It's interesting that they like run away for a second. Before they grab their new aggro target. Interesting. The yellows have won again. So yeah, figuring out what my next move is here. Yeah, I think what I should do, I want to do this stuff right now because I like seeing number go down, brain like number go down. But I should get the ability system back into a state where everything works. And then maybe I should focus on the show-offy stuff a little bit too. I should maybe do the fixed buildings. It's like they're resetting and then they're like, oh, there's something there still. Yeah, so I don't run the aggro radius processor every frame for every entity. I time slice it. So it runs, what do I have the max delay? I think it's like 400 milliseconds. Is what I have like the max one. Is it aggro radius processor or is it just aggro processor? Hang on. Do I not do that for either of them? Maybe I am wrong about. Yeah. Okay, I'm entirely wrong then. I thought I time sliced this. I do. It's just using the default time slice values, which is, it is 400 milliseconds. Okay. So yeah, each entity only updates its aggro radius every 400 milliseconds. But probably what I should do is just have them stop until that runs again. Like, I'm okay with that not being perfectly up to date, but then them doing like their wander logic while they're waiting for their aggro radius to return nothing or something is not looking too good in that scenario. It's like, it's battle royales? No. Not sure what made you think that, but no, it's not a battle royale. Anyways, what's next? I think maybe doing the anim trigger notifies and buildings as entities. I need to do an overall building refactor. Wait, so why did I do buildings as entities? I'm confused. Oh, for the gameplay effect, right? Yeah, because they need attributes and stuff. Yeah. Ooh, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, buildings need like health and stuff. Yeah, we should get that working for sure. Okay. I don't know. Buildings isn't that feels like it's something that can go in a different commit. Change anim. Yeah, this is also timer processor stuff, which like I don't want to like. That's part of like the animation refactor stuff that I wanted to do. Here. So I guess then the only things to fix about the core ability system is probably inputs and this, which is not the things that I need to fix to show off the game properly. Okay, let's fix input then. It's not going to be the most fun thing, but it needs to happen. Let's fix the input. Let's fix the inputs. Okay, how's it happening now? I think we go through action bar component. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Willkommen, mein Freund. Yeah, why are we copying here? That's bad. Bad. Okay, so we iterate over abilities. Set up action bar mappings. Defaults, character abilities. That's still valid, right? We are copying that, so yeah, let's not do that. Let's not copy that. So we iterate over there, action bar input ability mappings. We do K2 give ability. ASC, give ability. AC, yeah, so the ASC we need to delete eventually, so. Bind ability activation to input component. So the ability system has this built-in confirm and cancel ability notion, and I don't know that I want to do a built-in version of that. Ability input IDs. Let's pull this thing up too. Yeah, and creating all the action bar slots is weird. Yeah, I don't think I want input to be a part of my ability system. That seems like something you just set up outside of it. And then if you need your ability to listen to input or something, yeah, I don't know, maybe there can be, maybe I just put the input information, because I know, so the reason I need, one of the reasons I have like special input data for my abilities is like one of them is an aimed shot ability, and I want that to function kind of similarly to like how like a bow, shooting a bow would be in you know, some like Souls-like game or like some non-tab target game where you have to click and hold, and then when you let go it releases the bow. So that gets executed differently from an input perspective than the rest of the abilities that are on button release, right? On input action release, or completed rather, I think is what it's called in the engine. So we want it like on press, like on start for that one. Then I think I do that in, I think I wrote that in here. Activate on press, yeah. Is that mine? That's mine, yeah. Okay, so I do have that. I do have that. This is Unreal Engine, yeah. So I'm gonna pin that. That is already pinned. Let me pin action bar component as well. I don't have a notion of giving abilities. Like, they just get executed. I don't know that I care. I don't know that I care that much. What kind of game are you making? It's gonna be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. Create action bar slots. Okay, so how do these get executed again? So I create dynamic inputs. Map key. Refresh action bar mappings. What happens first? Enhanced input action subsystem, add mapping context, the action bar ISMC. Which we create the bar, we create all the inputs before, so we do that, and then we do that. Okay. Is it multiplayer? It will be, hopefully. It will be. Create key for action bar slot ID. Yeah. Forgot I did that. Refresh action bar mappings, where we go through the ISMC and we add the mapping context, which I think just overrides it. Forward enhanced inputs to ability system. So here, enhanced input, we are binding action. We bind action bar input. And this is where we specifically call ability local input pressed. So I think what we just need to do here is, we have the T subclass of my gameplay ability base. So I think I need like a little container for the ability class and level I kind of need like a spell book, right? I kind of need a spell book. And there can be multiple ranks, right? And so I kind of need a, I don't know, like a handle, would you call it? A struct that would contain the class of the ability and then the level of it as well. And then that would be what the spell book contains. And then whenever you activate an ability, we use that, you know. I'm trying to push myself to learn UE. I've always struggled with making a project, with starting a project and finding good resources to help me complete a small project. Yeah, it's rough for UE. It's a big learning curve. There are tons and tons of videos though. There are tons of videos out there now, but yeah, I've definitely felt that as well. But I appreciate your sub. So yeah, I just need to execute from that. I don't need to go through the ability system component anymore. The trigger ability press. I mean, I think I do need a function. I think I do need a function because I need to check the if we activate it on press or not, you know, or on started or completed, I guess is what it is here. So I'm gonna copy. I need pressed and released. See, this has to iterate over every activatable item and find the one, which is kind of inefficient, you know. Ability spec input pressed. Abilities active, there's pipe the input to it. Yeah, I think I do need to pay attention to the instancing policy here as well. So if it's instance per execution, we will want to start it again. Yeah. So I will need to check the active abilities too. But that's all handled in the processor. And then it'll just recall. It will just recall the activate. So that's kind of already handled for me. A lot of this is already handled for me. Let's just copy this. There's a lot of this that we're going to just get rid of. I'm going to go ahead and just shoehorn it into the action bar component. I don't know. It could be static, right? It could be static. Oh, it can't be. I forgot. Yeah. We're going to throw that in there. And let's just put in trigger it. And then this way I don't need multiple ones. So I'll input the trigger event as well. Input ID trigger event. Consume the input. I don't think I need that information. We don't need ability lock. What I need is to look up the action bar input abilities here. So input ID. I need to change the input ID to, I need to get the input action for the input ID. Would I have which input action this is triggered with? I mean, it is binding the action. So can I just do, if I had, let's do input action. We'll look it up by input action. We'll pass that in there, and then we'll change that here. So we will do dot find input action. And so we'll go if, what is this? Auto ability class. Yeah, if we have one for this slot, we're going to do things with it. If not, we'll do nothing. Okay, so we have the ability class. I guess this is where I need to like look up the... Let me look at ability processor here. So we get the default object, we check the instancing policy, and then we can find ability by class on the activated ability. So that's already doing the find for us and checking the instancing policy. Okay, so we just need to do the try activate ability. Well, we need to check the activate on press first. So if it's bound, if ability, so I need to grab the, let's grab the CDO. Why is that null? Oh, it's a pointer, right? Oh, do I need to dereference it and then do the pointer? I don't know. Hang on, we'll check that in a second. If ability CDO and activate on press. And trigger event. Well, let's go bool. Deactivate on press. We'll just put that into a variable. So if activate on press and trigger event is started, we do a thing. Else if we don't have activate on press and it's completed. And then we would want to do this. And I think that's it. Spec input pressed. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have an ability spec anymore. Not in that way, at least. And yeah, we're not doing the replication stuff yet, which is going to be fun. Let's import there. Let's just hard code the level to 1 for now. Yeah, so ability class is a pointer. Can I just like chain pointers? No, I don't think so. I think I have to do one of these things here. Yeah, there we go. That's why. Okay. Okay, action bar input ID. Yeah, we're gonna do input action and trigger event now. And well, not there. We just do that actually. Easy peasy. Yeah, and so we would want to get rid of the slot ID. Okay, so what are you upset about? Fourth argument. God, these are always so hard to read. Input action. Is it the mapping? No, we want the mapping. To parameter type. U input action. Wait, dude, I cannot read these for the life of me. Trigger event. Because the source and target function have different first parameter types, U input action and int. the same function? Ah, right. I have to, like, strongly cast it. Or can I let that be inferred? Infer that. Firmly grasp it. Okay, no, I have to. Why do I not have to pass in the next one? Okay, so yeah, that works. Why const input action? What if it's not const? Because it's a T object pointer. I see. That makes sense. Then can I make that a const ref? No. Okay. Not a huge deal. Okay, so that's all like caught back up, I think. Honestly, just I don't even think I want a different function. And this is kind of duplicated code. So let's do that. Okay. Anything else I want to do here? Delete that. Delete that. Bind ability activation to input components. I'm gonna comment that out for now. Is there any other like ability system component shenanigans happening here? I don't think so. Wrong. There you go. I don't think so. Okay. I guess let's make sure that we can still trigger abilities. Let's make sure we can still handle abilities. And then I'm going to look into apply ability processor, and so instanced per execution. If it's not instanced per execution, we just find it. It doesn't even matter what the other instancing policies are. They'll make no difference. So we probably just need to, now we just need to change how the abilities themselves work. These input-driven abilities like aim shot is going to be the one that I'm looking at. Blizzard is also one because specifically these ones where I need to wait for input press. And I don't think I'm going to wait for input press. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it a little closer, I think it should activate again on I think I need to get rid of this part, because I think I want them to activate again. Yeah, so if they are, they should always activate when you let go of the thing. I don't think Blizzard is activate on press. Bro, there's my Blizzard. Jesus. Are you activate on press? No. Okay, so let's go to aimed shots. You should be set to activate on press. You are. So first of all, let's just go in here. And let's not spawn. Let's just give me one enemy. Give me a dummy. Let me make sure I can still... Okay, activations are not working. Yay! Okay. They are not working. Beautiful. So does this happen? Wait a second. That's if we find the class in here, which we should. Do we get here? We do. So are you not populated properly then? Also, I'm doing this by pointer, which maybe isn't the best. Action bar slot 2. You should fucking have something, right? Yeah, okay, we're getting here. Activate on press is false. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't actually... Wait, I'm doing it from the ability class. Yeah, this is fireball ability. What is trigger event here? Started. Trigger event is now completed. Oh, yeah, we should... Okay, we are activating the ability. We're just never getting in there. What is try activate ability doing then? The entity context object is null. Okay, that's just a... that's a mistake. How is the entity context object? It's... Oh, the action bar oh, I'm using the action bar component. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, now we should activate things. Yep. Yay. Okay, some of these are broken. Let's restart here. Okay, cast ability. Okay, are we not, Are we not doing stuff? Would asking for a girl's LinkedIn be a funny way to ask her out? No, I think that would be pretty unprofessional. Yeah, so we cannot activate the ability. does this toggle auto attack? Oh, right. I need to, like, fucking... I think girls get hit on in enough places. They don't need to worry about their professional... Check target. So this should require a target. Targetable isn't valid here. Okay, it is. Wait, dot ability is... true? Oh, that was for the action bar one. I'm gonna put some logs here. I need logs. It's annoying to not know why things can't get activated all the time. Actually, should I do that? Should I do that? Targetable is not set. I see. That's in the action bar component. Get current oh, it's again on this. Hello, please? Where's my dude at? Dude. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, he died. He did. What is this? Oh, okay. Maybe it was because he was dead. Okay, that one works. That one works. 9. We've fucked up our auto attack a little bit. Okay, that one works too. Okay, let's try bow attacks. Okay, those ones all... Well, that one didn't do any damage, did it? Hang on. Did that not do any damage? Okay, that one did. when you fire it like immediately after the auto attack, it doesn't work. We'll have to look into that. Not our primary concern at the moment, though. Everything is getting triggered correctly. So inputs have been detached from the ability system component. Now we just need to rework aimed shot. So this should get activated. We will start the cast bar. So we wait input release. So I need like a Boolean for like has started. Or maybe this is just like, is this a cast ability? It's a ranged ability. So we'll just say casting. Because we do have the cast time. Let's call this is casting. We'll set that to true. Here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to check if it is casting up front before we do anything else. Take all of that, scooch it on down. So if this gets activated again and we're already casting, then what we do is whatever this is. Now it has time held, so I guess I need a start time. Get time seconds. Then I'll take you. Go here. Asked start time. So I need to do like a subtract for get time seconds. Subtract the start time. That is the amount of time that we've been holding this. So if we've held it for long enough time. Oh, and then the cancel input as well. Yeah, I guess that's, that is... Yeah, that's the thing that we're losing now. But I think I just need like a... Yeah, I think we just need this. I think we just need that. That makes it a lot easier. I actually do. I think this is a bit more understandable, actually. You don't actually have to understand how the underlying system works, you know? The underlying, like, ability system. Well, I guess you just have to know that it gets called again, so there is some underlying knowledge needed. So input activated again from unpress. We'll say first input from press down. We'll say from press up. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, we just activated it again. Do I have the right instancing policy on this? Instance per execution? No. Instance per actor. Okay. Well, it didn't trigger on release. It did not trigger on release. Started and completed. Okay, it did trigger on release that time. Let me restart. Oh, okay. I did it prematurely and it didn't do anything. We didn't get to cancel? It worked on... That's so strange. So it works, but only if the... I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What is happening in my the parent my activate ability? Remind me. BP ranged ability. I don't know if I should call parent here, actually. What happens if I don't call parent here? We never set the ability NMQ or anything. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, so let's add that back in. That is still there. Okay. Also, I don't know if that ever happens. Okay. Huh. How do I debug this? I guess I need the vlogger, don't I? I was gonna say I can't it's not gonna work very well. Okay, start. Okay, what happened there? Activating ability? Yeah, so I got to one activating ability. Releasing it didn't activate it again, though. Do I still log that? I'm wondering if can activate ability returned false. Activation check. Yeah, I'm guessing that this, hang on, let me look at the tags for this ability. I'm guessing that this blocks activation again under some, wait, what condition would that fucking be? Because it happens here when it's true. Let me look at the vlogger for the true scenario. What? What the fuck is this? Active frames invalid. Huh. Is that the error? It's just throwing it on a weird line. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Okay, let's keep that open. Okay, so start. Okay, why does this all of a sudden not fucking work? Category invalid. I'm so confused. Why is this all of a sudden not working? It worked fine like a multitude of times. Oh, I think there's an entity spawn that's wrong because I left it as an empty archetype. Maybe that's what's happening. There's an entity this time. Okay, never mind. That is not the issue. What? This was working like 100% fine just a second ago. What on earth, man? Why is this being so weird? Oh, was that breakpoint getting hit? Is that what was happening? Why was that not happening before? I know breakpoints and headers can be weird. Okay, let me put another vlogger for could not activate. Ability in the applyability processor. Could not activate ability. Yeah, so I'm gonna guess that's what happens as we're casting. Oh, I think what, okay, we add, I think the aiming. I think we're adding the aiming tag onto the character. Do I still have that up? No, I don't. So class defaults. Aiming is activation owned. Okay, and then activation. Never mind. There's no. Never mind. There's no block or cancel tags. Okay, I was gonna say I thought like activation would be being blocked. Okay, let's vlog again here. Okay, so did I get a log from that? Yeah, so could not activate ability. Oh, because it was on cooldown. Because it was on global cooldown. Oh, okay. Okay. What should I do about that? I'm wondering. Okay. Wondering if there's already an instance. We just always call active? Well, no, because then that would like fuck up every other ability. Yeah, if it's instanced per actor. Would I just always want to skip? Would I want to skip cooldown processor? Or the, not cooldown, like the cooldown check? Okay, now I guess I kind of get why there would want to be some external input listener. Should I just make an input trigger event and call that as well? And then never recall this if it's already existing? So on the ability, I could just do like an on input triggered or something event. To blueprint native event void on input triggered, or I'll say on input press. And then we'd want another one for on input released as well. But would I want to call that like? I don't know that I would ever want to use press, but it's there if we need it, I suppose. And then we just do that from here. Well, I don't have the instance of the ability. That's the thing. Maybe event payload, we can pass in a tag. There's only one tag on it, okay. I kind of do want to use the event payload. And then that way we can key off of the event payload in the applyability processor, right? For how this is activated. And I guess the only reason I use that event payload otherwise is for melee auto attacks, or which weapon should be on there. Let me look at melee auto attacks. We are breakpointed. No, we're not. We're just paused. Okay, let's look at toggle auto attack ability. Start auto attack. Okay, so I think I want to tag. Yeah, I think let's pass in a tag. This is going to be kind of weird, and maybe I want my own event struct in the future. Gameplay tags. Character state, combat effect, ability scenario. General tags, attribute tags. I need a tag for input input tags, I guess maybe. So we want input press. Well, the terminology they use is triggered and released. But I'm going to use press. My project input press. This is just press. And then we'll make another one for complete. Or released? We'll do released. We'll call it pressed and released. Okay. Pressed and released. Okay. Input pressed, input released, and so now in the action bar, we pass in the tag. Which is gameplay event data. Started. Now we want input tags pressed. Otherwise, input tags released. And then use that payload. Okay. So use that payload, and then in the applyability processor, do I do the instancing thing? Yeah, I still need to do that. And so after init, before can activate ability, if activation data payload dot event tag equals input tags rest. Rest release. I don't know. It should probably be started and completed. Okay, so that kind of exists outside of the activation. And I don't know why we would ever want to listen to the press at this point. Well, no, we may never listen to that. When I say listen, I mean implement. We may never implement that, but it's there. Could we need it? Otherwise, even if there is no tag, we always call released. Regardless of whether or not it can be activated. After initialization. Okay. Okay, so kind of a long rebuild. Alright, so after we get this working, I think this will be it for me for the end of the day. But it might be a while, so we'll see. Thank you for the sub, Yamato. Welcome. Yeah, changing anything gameplay ability base related is rebuilding 100 things now. Basically my entire project. My dependency trees are disgusting, and I need to just take a hacksaw to so many of my utils files. I think that would help. I should probably make a clean base class for it. Probably should just be the U gameplay ability. Okay, so we want to go to aim shot, and rather than listen to on activate again, we want to listen for cancel ability. I still need to maybe think about that. Casting, I guess we don't need casting anymore. We got to cancel. It did not properly, it did not cancel the cast bar. How do I start it? Start cast bar. Do I not have a stop cast bar? Or a cancel cast bar? End cast bar is what I call it, Jesus. What? It's not blueprint callable. Not blueprint callable. I did end the ability though. Yeah, can we just make that blueprint? Let's just make that blueprint callable. So I need to rebuild that, but it did successfully end the ability, which is what we want. Vanilla level up sound. Yeah, reusing some sounds, yeah. Working combat ECS. Yes, we have it working. We're just ironing out some kinks in the system, but yeah. Working for the most part. Congrats, thanks, man. Thank you. Okay, what are you doing there? I don't think I need you anymore. Or you. Aimed shots on receive, yeah, so let's just do one of these here. And fast bar. Yay. Was canceled. Oop. Do you ever build tests? I've never written a test in my life, ever, in my 10 years of software engineering. I don't build tests for game dev in my free time. Oh, it just started again. Okay, we've got some issues. So that's got called before, like a knit or something? Yeah, how did that get, how did that get hit there? Okay. Do I have activated abilities here? No, I don't. Okay. Okay, so I think what happened, activating, we activated again. So I think I just need to, it would prevent having to reload the entire engine and play mode. No, it wouldn't. Have you ever written tests for video games before? The number of scenarios. Like, I'm not saying that tests wouldn't help. Me reloading the engine is because me having to change things. It's not because I need to reload the scenario. And the number, like, it isn't just one scenario I'm testing. That was probably like 5 different, what would equivalent to like 5 different test scenarios. So, yeah, I don't deny that it would help. I don't like writing tests. I'm doing this for fun, so I'm not going to write tests. I don't think most people write tests for their like free time stuff. Okay, yeah, that's working now. Although now this one isn't. Yeah, so why are you getting like initialized stuff, huh? What's our stack trace here? On input released. So we should have initted there. We should have initialized the ability. Mister, stop. On input release. Yeah, so why isn't this initialized at this point? Are we finding an old one or something? It's aim shot 3. Did we find existing? No, we didn't. So we created a new one. Target is invalid. Well, that's the doggies are playing right now. They don't want to be. Saying, do we have the other things set? Like, okay, I guess we just didn't call the activate ability yet at this point. So I need to check if it's casting. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Stevie, welcome in. Now, Stevie, have you tried writing tests? I know, that sounds disgusting to have to write tests for game dev, I'll be honest. I know tests exist. Yeah, it's about where I'm at too. Okay, so I need to check, I need to make sure we are casting. Otherwise, do nothing. I think that's the key there. Although that was on input release. Cancel. It is a little awkward. It is working now. I read someone saying that it's hard to do in game dev when there's so much unknown about your architecture and you're discovering it as you go. Yeah, I mean, even if you knew the architecture very well as well, and you weren't like, you know, kind of like rebuilding it all the fucking time, like the number of scenarios that you'd have to test is like crazy. And I'm sure some tests are like pretty trivial to write and can give you some solid coverage for little efforts and, you know, actually provide some benefit, but like I've had multiple people come in and just, you know, act like tests would solve all my problems. And I'm just like, I don't think you understand how many different like scenarios there are to test. Like I would spend my entire stream writing tests, which I don't think anyone wants to watch. And yeah, I'm like literally rebuilding entire systems. Like I'm refactoring so much. Like if I wrote tests every time, like I would be constantly rewriting these tests. I think it's a lot harder to write tests for game dev or do any sort of test-driven development. And dude, this one guy, I was trying to explain that to this one guy a while ago, and he came back in the next day and he's like, well, he's like, I did some research and such game does, you know, testing, automated testing. I'm like, okay, well, I don't think they did that during development when they were like building the systems and stuff like that. And then he came back the next day and he's like, well, I found another company that did it while they're, I'm like, oh my God, bro. Like, why are you wanting me to write tests so bad? Jesus Christ. Just let me have fun. Sounds like fun. Let's do it. I'll wait for you to get the ball rolling on that. Okay, so the problem I'm having now that I wouldn't have realized to write a test for is that if I hit this is game dev fun not allowed, you're right. So it's on. I should only call that if it's already active, I think is the key. Is that the key? If it's already active. But we always activate it on release. Which I think now... Oh man, this is... there's trade-offs here. There's trade-offs. Because in here I have... If it's completed. Or... Like we always trigger on complete. Or on input release, in other words. Do I let this? Do I let the applyability processor decide when to activate, or like when to call it? If on press. I would do like let me spec something out. So if ability is active, so I only do that if it's active, but then is that what I want? Does that fit? Wait, I just thought that this wouldn't fix it. Why did I think that? My brain is getting mushy at this point. On input release. So I would press it. It would go on cooldown. I would release. It would cancel. If I tried to press it again while it was on cooldown, it would not activate. Yeah, so what does this do? Holding. It still starts. Yeah, it still calls the activate. That's the problem. Yeah, so that doesn't solve the problem. It still calls activate. And so in that case, I would do one of these guys. But then that never, yeah, but then that never calls the second one. So I couldn't do that. What I would want is for the applyability processor to handle that. I'll say if, but we don't want that. If this equals input tags, if it doesn't equal pressed and ability be activate on press and ability is not active, return. God, that's a fucking stupid scenario that I have to write in there. That properly did not trigger. So I don't know. I don't know if it's clear as to what I'm doing, but like the aim shot, you press and hold the input, and then when you let go, that's when it fires. But then, like, if you let go too soon, you know, it doesn't work. And it's like it has a global. It's on the global cooldown, so you can't activate it again immediately. And so what I do is I hold the button down. So the button is held down now. But when I started the press, it did not activate. Maybe if the press is down for it, should I automatically so it just starts, it queues it up. Huh. I don't know. It's kind of a weird interaction. Kind of a weird interaction because it's like if you do that, you cancel, and then you actually want to do it again. I don't know. This isn't like. Oh, I just fired 2 somehow? Oh my god. If you've got a quick trigger finger, you can do it multiple times. Okay. Oh, it actually spent the mana. Actually, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. Oh, it did. It spends mana for both of them. Yeah, okay, so it still spends mana for both of them. So we just get here twice. My apply cost. Oh, what? Is there anything that ends this? Is there anything that ends the ability? I don't think so, actually. So that might be why. Yeah, okay. Fixed that. Fixed that. I need to do the input cancel though. That's the wrong. Oh no. A fucking old ass Paragon asset. What was my input for like cancel or something? How do I look that up? Cancel ability. I need to see you in here. It is right mouse button. Right mouse button does no such thing. Let's see if that happens. Oh, is it because I'm implementing it there and it gets overridden? I forget how these work. Isn't there like a consume something or other? Consume lower input. I want to be able to bind multiple things to this. Is that how the system works? Of course, I right-clicked there and it worked. Okay, so it is... And so if I don't do anything with it there. Okay, it still doesn't. It still doesn't. I guess it doesn't know like what, yeah, I guess it doesn't know like who the owner of the ability is. Maybe that's, I mean, yeah, how would this ability know what input to listen to? It would be nice if I could bind input or something. I guess I would need to manually bind to it, right? Which is kind of annoying. Is there a more automatic way? Yeah, I mean, I can just do it as a part of my base. I can just do it as a part of my base class. And we would have to, I would need like, I suppose I would need some, would it be a delegate or something that I have to listen to on the player? Should I do that on the gameplay ability, or should I do that from my player character? I kind of think the player character makes more sense because that's input specific. But then I might want different abilities to respond to that differently, so I would want some way to override that. And so maybe I would just have like an on input cancel. How do you spell canceled? How do you spell canceled? 2 L's or 1 L? I'll just do on cancel so I don't have to worry about it. Modern problems require modern solutions. On input cancel. And so in my project character, I guess I can just do it. Let's make this one needs to be blueprint callable. I can do it in blueprints, and I think that'll be much easier. It's gonna be a long rebuild though, and I'm about to hop off. So I'm gonna find someone to send you guys over to. Who is streaming? Who is streaming? Keep it in Unreal Land and send you guys over to Imaginary Villain, who has been on the grind. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate everyone. Appreciate you all being here. Bye. Bye everyone. Bye. I have to go.